Good afternoon. This is the March 5th meeting of the Historic Preservation Commission. We ask that you please mute your cell phones, and if you need to take a call, please step outside into the hallway. Paula, will you call the roll?
Patrick Gaines.
Present.
Alan Brown. Present. Jennifer Bourne.
Present.
Heather Clemmer. Neela Crank-Clements.
Present.
George Massey.
Present.
Jeffrey Parks. Roland Haig.
Present.
Ann Zacharitz.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. The meeting process, the director will announce the certificate of appropriateness. The commissioners will discuss each case. We will take comments from the applicant and comments from the public. Please let us know if you'd like to make a comment, and please keep your comments to 5 minutes so we give everybody a chance to speak. The commission will either approve your CA, continue the application, deny with prejudice, which means you may not apply for up to 1 year, or deny without prejudice, which means you may reapply. Please remember that once your CA is approved, there is a 10-day holding period to allow for appeals, and if your application is denied, you may appeal to the Board of Adjustments, and staff will be happy to help you out with that. Katie, Office of the Preservation Commissioner.
Just a note that the statewide Historic Preservation Conference will be in Norman this June 4th through 6th, so we'll be contacting the commission to see who wants to register to go. We do have some funding available through our Certified Local Governments grant to assist with that, and people can learn more about that conference on the website as well. And then something that's not on the agenda but wanted to let the commission and the general public know that you can go to planokc.org to hear about the city's ongoing comprehensive plan that's being written right now. They're having public workshops that are come and go at different times throughout the next couple of weeks and in different locations across the city. They want to get residents' feedback on how they want to see the future of OKC develop. So you can go to that website and find out more about those workshops.
Thank you. February 5th, 2014 minutes. Do we have any comments from any commissioners?
I have. Won't be any for the next meeting, but if you go to page 3 at SPUD 747, the applicant's counsel spoke, as I recall, and I think he should be added to those who appeared. David M. Box commented. Then under the motion, I think we move to recommend denial of the zoning application. And I think after the word denial, we should put of the zoning application. And then I don't recall whether there were findings that were set forth in the staff report that we adopted, but we don't have any specific findings, but I think there were. So if the staff could look back and see on that one. On page 4, item 2, HPCA 13-190, there were some specific findings that are not incorporated in the motion, and I think those should be added. And on item 4 on page 5, again, that one does not have specific findings. And I have a notation to see case number 1, which is the one which is an example of how we did put in the specific findings. I'm sure everyone knows what that's about. Other than that, I have no further corrections, and I move we accept the minutes as revised.
Okay, we have a motion for acceptance of the February 5th minutes by Roland Haig. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Jennifer Bourne. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Code enforcement.
Good afternoon. The report's before you. I do not know why it is only 10 days long. I assure you there is more than 10 days activity. I'll check the computers and see why it was only printed out that short. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer any of them.
Any commissioners have any questions?
Do you have anything for 717 Northwest 16th Street by any chance?
717 Northwest 16th.
16th.
It just doesn't ring a bell right off.
Okay.
I'll look it up and I'll bring you something next report, but yeah, I'm pretty good and I don't know of anything.
Doesn't ring a bell?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've had about, several pieces of activity I went ahead and added here. There's a couple of properties that pretty well familiar. 311 Northwest 22nd is pretty popular, and I've issued the third citation, I believe, on it. And I don't expect anything that's going to happen with it either because the owner is absentee. So I hate to say, but it's looking, we're getting closer and closer to probably having to work it as a dilapidated structure, which the outcome is only demolition. So hopefully we can get somebody to step forward or do something with it. 900 Northwest 19th, we do have a dilapidated case on that two-story garage. It's one of the oldest ones in Mesta Park, I believe. And we did have a second party that was a lien holder, financial interest, that has made contact, so hopefully they'll be able to do something to stop demolition. Anything else?
Further questions? Thank you.
Yeah.
Continuance announcements and requests?
None.
Okay. Are there any members that would like to pull any items off of the consent docket? Do we have a motion for approval of the consent docket?
So moved.
A motion for approval of consent docket by Alan Brown. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ann Zacharitz. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. For the general public, on items number 1 through 8 on the consent docket, if you're here for one of those items, you can leave because we are done with those.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that we move item 7A up at this time because of the number of citizens here on that.
Okay, we have a motion to move item number 7A to the front of the individual case docket by Alan Brown. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Jennifer Bourne. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion passes. Yeah, this is number 7A, B08 13868.
BOA 13868 at 604-628 Northwest 21st Street, Mesta Park, Ward 6, to provide a recommendation to the Board of Adjustment regarding an application for a special exception to allow multifamily residential development. And yeah, we'll say one more time, if your application, because I think we have several people who are in that list, if your application was under the consent docket, so consent docket cases, letter C, numbers 1 through 8, starting with HPCA 13-30, then your application has been approved and you're free to go. Just wanted to, I can see some people looking like they're not sure if they're clear or not. Okay, sorry about that.
Is there a staff report on 7A? We can't find it in our packet.
Yes, there should be one in your packet.
Katie, we didn't have, neither of us had that staff report in our packet.
No one has it.
Rita has one. Let me flip to it. Sorry about that. It was kind of a different format than our usual since it's not a regular application. Special exceptions are the HP ordinance also includes uses, and by right, people can do single-family residential development. It lists other types of uses that are allowed with a variance or a special exception, and one of those is multifamily residential. The applicant would like to redevelop these properties into multifamily residential, and so they're applying for a special exception to do that. it comes to us for a recommendation, and then we'll go to the Board of Adjustment. These properties that we should have some pictures. Do we? And I'll pass this down so you can see what they are. It is the Sunbeam Family Services on Northwest 21st Street in Mesta Park. It's what was historically a children's home, a large brick building, and then next to it, a more modern structure that people refer to as the football building. Does not exactly look like our typical Mesta Park structure, and then 2 vacant lots on either side. So I'll pass this down that has a site plan.
Do we have anybody here from the public to speak on behalf of this? Are you, is this your CA? It's ours. It's yours, okay. Would you like to make any
Mr.
comments?
Chairman, I'd like to have a copy of that staff report.
It's coming around.
I know, but we're... Yeah.
She's printing it. Okay, we're going to hold this one over for just a minute while they get those staff reports printed up. So if we go back to the individual cases for consideration, we'll start with item number 1.
HPCA 13-00196 at 427 Northwest 14th Street, Heritage Hills, Ward 6. Consideration and possible action on application of Bruce and Roberta Stover for certificate of appropriateness to 1, replace front bay windows required. This application was before the commission previously. The proposal was to replace steel casement windows with an aluminum-clad wood window. They were asked to do some additional research on options that would more closely replicate the historic windows. They did find a couple of different options which are laid out in the staff report, including an actual steel casement window, but we're concerned about the cost of that product in comparison to what was used. I believe the applicants are here and can answer questions about that as well.
Is the applicant present? Maybe you state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Bruce Stover, 427 Northwest 14th.
Thank you. Any commissioners have any questions for Mr. Stover? No questions. Do we have a motion? You said you asked for or staff recommendations for continuance. Was that prior to them providing you that extra information?
Well, it was, I think there are some bids that they are still waiting on, or some estimates they were still waiting on for some of the products. But basically, even though we've got this additional information on some alternative proposals, they still would prefer to keep what was originally proposed. So the continuance was in response to that.
And just, we do have the estimate, or at least a rough estimate, from one of the providers that was most similar to the windows that are installed now, the original windows. It's a steel window manufacturer in New York called Hope's Windows. And those windows are shown on pages 32 through 32 and 33 of the report, staff report. What caught our attention was the mutton shapes are virtually the only ones we found that were identical to or nearly identical to the existing windows. And the muttons are shown on page 33 of 50. And they are 7/8 of an inch in width, as you can see, and the ones we did install are also 7/8 of an inch in width. They're just not the true divided light windows.
Questions from commissioners?
Mr. Stover, are you willing to go back with the steel casement windows?
If that's a decision made, yes, I'm willing to do that.
Okay.
I think the point we raised, and I know we've got 12 other windows on the front of the house that are all steel cased, and this house was built in 1959. We don't see any leakage in any of the other ones, but, you know, if we were to start over and kind of do everything uniformly, we would like to use these kind of windows because we feel they fit the style of the architecture and the period that this house was built in. This is the Pella Architect Series, simply because of the construction of the window and the thermal heating and heat prevention, heat loss efficiency that they provide. So if we were to do everything from scratch, that's what we would want to do. But we understand the obligations here, or at least the intent of the preservation guidelines, and it would not be our ideal, but we're willing, to answer your question, we're willing to do that if that's the decision.
Any further questions?
I move approval of HBCA 13-196, item 1, and specifically the replacement of the windows with the steel how are these referred to? Steel casement windows? Is that, Alan, correct?
These are not casement windows.
Well, I mean, what,
They're steel windows.
yeah,
Steel bay window.
The design is a bay window, but I believe they're double-hung steel windows.
Yeah, there's double hung on the sides, and then the front is just
Fixed.
one sheet, one
Fixed.
fixed window.
The front's fixed and the two are double-hung, but they're all steel windows.
well, were the windows, let me withdraw my motion, but were the windows that were there before fixed windows on all three sides?
No, they were double hung. The sides were double hung.
But they were steel casement?
They were still cased, just like the other ones that are on the front of the house now.
Okay.
So they're identical.
Casement refers to the operation of the window.
But the two alternatives are to go back with steel casement windows or use the aluminum clad. Am I right?
No,
I guess we should say fixed steel.
the front is fixed and the side are double-hung. There is no casement window proposed. There's a steel windows.
The question is whether it's steel or aluminum clad.
Right.
We did
So
look
they
at-
are they steel clad windows? Is that what you're, I thought they were,
They're steel, solid steel.
yeah.
But your preference would be the aluminum clad, right?
Well, they're wood.
Wood.
We looked at extruded aluminum alternatives, and they were also not, they were simulated divided light. They were not, and the closest shape we could find on the buttons was trapezoidal, which is exactly what we've got on the Pella windows now, a trapezoidal shape.
Okay.
Same width, you can get them constructed in the same width, but they also come painted, so you'd have to, and the paint doesn't really match what we've got on the paint options on those didn't match anything else we had. So the wooden windows can be painted exactly the colors.
Which is your preference, correct?
That's the preference. And again, I'll point out that the dimensions we replicated the dimensions exactly of the panes from what was on originally, and the muntin sizes are slightly wider. The original windows are 6/8 of an inch, and the current ones are 7/8. And from the street, you have to get up really close to see the difference.
Right.
And they are not, but we understand and accept that they're not true divided light windows.
Does that clarify, Roland?
It isn't true divided light?
It is not.
It is, the ones we have, the pellet windows are not, they're simulated divided light. But the existing ones were, and the steel ones that would come where you have to actually, they're delivered without the glazing. So you put in the glazing pane by pane,
I get it.
the glass pane by pane when it arrives. So they don't do that. So it would be true divided light in that sense.
Did they have an option for double pane windows?
Hope's windows, no.
Question. I was just...
No, you have to fabricate some kind of second behind the window
on the inside?
On the inside. And I'm sure they can do that, or you can get it from other manufacturers. So you can take it out certain times of the year.
We've been discussing down here, and if we wanted to make the motion that I think Roland was forming, we would want it to be a condition that it's approved, with the condition that the steel window, as provided on page 32 of the staff report, be what's installed, since the actual application was for a different product. So we would want to make that clear in the approval as a condition, that this is the product that's approved.
Okay, then I move approval of HPCA 13-196 with modification that the windows to be used as replacements are those shown on page 32 and 33 of the staff report. And these would be steel true divided light windows that I guess replace almost in kind the prior existing windows, and with specific finding in the staff report of finding number 1, that the proposed windows replicate the portion and configuration of the historic windows, and finding number 5, that the structure is outside the period of significance but still contributes to the character of the surrounding district and retains its own architectural integrity.
Second.
We have a motion by Roland Tague for approval of 13-196. We have a second.
Second.
By Alan Brown. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion passes.
Jumped the gun a little bit there.
If we can now pull back up BOA 13868 for consideration. Thank you, sir. Barbara, do you have any comments you want to make?
While they're making their way up, I'll note that we did receive several comments from the public, and those have all been distributed to the commission. So you should have all of those letters at your seats.
Barbara, could you give me just a second to, we just got our staff report.
Okay, I'll
to
just go,
read it.
I'll just sit here and write my name and go sit down for a minute.
Sorry.
No problem.
Katie, you mentioned letters. I got one letter.
We have one from the Chief Executive Officer of of Sunbeam Family Services, which is
Oh.
the current owner of the property, noting their
Ray Beachy.
reasoning behind selling the properties and their support for the redevelopment. And then I believe we had two others. There is a note from the Heritage, or the Mesta Park Neighborhood Preservation Committee. It says the committee supports the zoning change in general and expresses a desire that the developer make sure that the parking available behind the building be double the number of apartments/condos constructed. Currently, parking is prohibited in front of the buildings, and there's already much concern among residents in that area of Mesta Park about street parking available for residents in the neighborhood in the wake of increased development on Northwest 23rd. So provision of parking will be an important element to consider in any proposed zoning change. And there was a letter from Sherry Helsel that has photo attached, a couple of photos attached that should be at your seat. And this is one, I know we've seen some applications lately that kind of alter the review process for or are proposing to alter the review process. This is one where it would stay under the Historic Preservation Commission's purview and would still fall under all of our guidelines and regulations moving forward. It's just changing the type of use that can be incorporated into the properties, but would still have to come before the HP Commission with any design changes.
And this is the new.
So they're getting rid of the football?
No, I think it's part of the deal. I think some might be for sale, too.
Okay.
So Katie, I have a question. The vacant lots on the east, the staff report mentions that there's no historic precedent for development of these lots. Are they currently zoned single-family residential?
Everything in, because this is in the HP district, that's a base zoning, and so the as-of-right use is single-family residential.
Okay.
You see in the zoning ordinance, in certain districts, they allow other uses upon a grant of a special exception. And it's somewhat like rezoning, but it's not really rezoning, and the Board of Adjustment has the right to approve special exceptions. It doesn't go to the Planning Commission or the City Council. So,
Barbara, if you want to come up, you might be able to answer some of our questions before we ask it.
Marva Ellard, 1521 North Chartel. We currently have all of Sunbeam's holdings on the 600 block of 20th and the 600 block of 21st Street under contract. Most of you are familiar with those buildings. There are 3 group homes on 20th that Sunbeam probably built 35, 40 years ago before Mesta was HP, that we're going to turn into single-family residential, change the looks of them pretty drastically, and hopefully find nice families to buy those and occupy them and send their kids to Wilson. So that's the plan on that. I guess we don't really have to ask for a special exception on those because they will be R1, which is the underlying zoning in HP. So on 20th Street, we've got the large building, the building we call the ARC, which is an office building that Sunbeam built quite some time ago. They call it the football building. And then the 2 vacant lots. So our main interest is the large building. It's about a 15,000 square foot building. Sunbeam built it as a children's home. It has not housed children for a long time, but it has been their offices for their foster child, elder emergency care, and early childhood care programs. Most of you know that Sunbeam is building a new building at 14th and Classen, so they've pretty much outgrown that campus, and so they're going to be moving out of there and moving into their new facility, they're hoping by the end of this year. So I met Ray Beachy, who's the executive director of Sunbeam, when we both wanted to buy the building on Classen. And so when they were the successful bidder on that property, I asked him if he would keep us in mind when they were ready to think about selling their Mesta Park campus. And so that's how this kind of came about. It was never on the market. We reached a deal with them on it. To do what we want to with it, we have to seek the special exception from the Board of Adjustment. Sunbeam has been a non-conforming use for years and years, and so we're trying to make sure that we can use it the way we'd like to so we can proceed with our plans to purchase it.
Have any questions from commissioners?
I have a question. Ray Beachy's letter indicates that Mesta Park and Heritage Hills neighborhood associations have been supportive of Sunbeam in the past, but we don't have any letters of support for this application. I just see one letter of opposition. So I wondered, Marva, do you know
David
if there were letters of
DeWitt
support?
is here. He's Mesta's president.
Okay.
We've had a couple of community meetings, and several people from, I guess the first meeting we had about 40 people, so there were people there from Mesta and Heritage, and there are concerns. I mean, parking is probably the biggest concern, and we had another meeting last night, so we're working through those issues, but I think in general, the neighborhoods are supportive of it.
Could we hear from the
Certainly.
gentleman? Is that all right?
Good afternoon. My name's Sherry Helsel, and I live at 609 Northwest 21st Street, which is directly across from the Sunbeam offices and what used to be the dormitories for the children's home. And my concerns, which I have addressed in the letter that you all have there, so I won't bore you with the details again, but some of my biggest concerns, I have 15 years experience in residential property management. Thankfully, I'm no longer doing that, but I had a long time with that, and have seen what happens with multifamily housing over the course of time. And with a complex or units that are new and they're in an up-and-coming area, they're very much in demand in the beginning, and rents are high, and payments can be made and things can be kept up. But over the course of time, they can deteriorate. The locales are not as inviting any longer. New places spring up and people choose to move. And so rents are lowered accordingly, and it changes the landscape of the property. I have no doubt that Marvis Group could do a wonderful job. I was in the Seaver Hotel last night, and it was absolutely beautiful. And my concerns are not about what it is today, but what it is over the course of time. I also have concerns related to the parking and to the number of vehicles that would be gathered in the parking lot somewhere, based on the plans that they showed me, somewhere between, if everybody only had one car, it would be 19. If everybody had two, now we're talking about 38 cars. Again, from my experience, those large gathering areas for vehicles are kind of a target-rich environment for crime. That, in turn, raises the crime rate in the area, which then raises your insurance rates on your home. I plan to be in my home and do restoration. Unfortunately, mine used to be a rental unit, and so there's a big challenge because it was one of the ones that was allowed to deteriorate. But I plan to be there a long time, and so my concern is over the long term, not what can be accomplished in the short term. I, too, would like to see something positive happen with the home, but I would like to see some ownership of some sort, perhaps where it's divided into a smaller number of units that are available for purchase rather than rental. And then in the vacant lots, rather than adding more multifamily, because we already have approximately 10 buildings that I'm aware of on 21st Street from one end to the other of Mesta Park that are rental units, I'd like to see single-family homes that are for sale.
Thank you. Any questions by commissioners?
Are you saying that if the density were reduced, that you would be supportive of the applicant?
I think if it were reduced significantly, right now what they're looking at is 19. And again, I would also like to see ownership for some of that rather than being just rental.
Do you have in mind a figure on the density?
Honestly,
excluding the ownership issue.
Are you talking about just for the what used to be the dormitories? Right now, they're proposing 13. I'd like to see that reduced by about half. I'd like to see it be, 6 to 8.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Before you leave, you mentioned multifamily rental on 21st Street. I was wondering about other multifamily. I think the staff report talks about that. What kind of multifamily exists in Mesta Park right now?
Most of what is in there currently are buildings that have been there since Mesta Park came into existence over the 20s and 30s. There's some of the older buildings that I'm sure at some point in time were apartments back then too. And then there are some houses that have been converted to multifamily dwellings as well, where it used to be maybe a 2-story home. Now it's a 4-plex or an 8-plex.
So nothing more than a 4-plex or 8-plex?
Well, on Francis, there's an apartment building on Francis.
Over on Chartel, there are some Henderson property apartments that were built back in the 70s, I think. Those haven't weathered the storm well, I think.
There's a 4-plex right across the street, correct, from the duplexes on the south side on 20th Street? south
I
side?
believe that's correct. I'm on 21st, and I'm not as familiar, but I know even right next door to me, the home that is to the east of me is a two-story that used to be a house, and now each floor is an apartment, so it's a duplex. And then as you drive down 21st Street on either side, there are areas that have, well, directly across from Wilson School, there is I can't think, the Vintage is what it's called, and there's two buildings, and I believe that those house, I know at least 8 units each, and maybe 16.
There is a fourplex in the 600 block of 20th,
That's what
to
I-
answer your
yeah.
question.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
May I clarify a couple of things? There's 13 apartments proposed in the big building, which is 15,000 square feet. 9 of them are one-bedrooms, and 4 of them are two-bedrooms. The vacant lots, the plans for those are for-sale condos. Those are not rental units. Those will be built as for-sale units when we get to them. The parking for the properties on 20th Street will come off of 20th Street. It won't be behind the 21st Street properties any longer. They'll have driveways and garages for those houses, so we're decreasing the number of parking spaces required for those. We've got, right now we have plenty of parking. You know, when we do decide to build on those vacant lots, those lots will have their own parking for those properties, and we'll still have somewhere between 18 and 20 parking spaces for just the large building. So we'll have 1 parking space at least for every 1-bedroom and 2 parking spaces for every 2-bedroom available. It's a change for the neighborhood. We understand that. It's a fabulous building, and it deserves to be something. You know, it just can't sit there and be nothing. All of you are familiar with the Seaber, so you know what kind of work we do. We plan on it being a very nice property. The reason that we're not going to rehab it and sell it is because it's got rehabilitation tax credits in it, and you can't do that for at least 5 years. And so there are some reasons that we've structured the project the way we have. Anything that we can fix up and sell now, we plan on doing that. You know, we do think owner-occupied is the best thing long-term for the neighborhood, but we do think spending some money on that property and making it something that kind of continues Sunbeam's legacy as a good neighbor for Mesta is the right thing to do. So I just wanted you to kind of be a little bit more clear on our plans.
Since the neighborhood has some, or some individuals, or I don't know, but the neighborhood itself has some concerns, isn't this a situation you might want to have a PUD or something like that for the development of the block that would clarify parking and other things?
Alan, we wanted to keep it in HP, so we just thought the special exception was the best way to go, so that way it's still HP and you all have oversight over design. And
It can't be a PUD and also be HP?
we could put that in the PUD to do that. But it's,
Isn't that seems like that would help address, you know, make sure, it sounds like your plan's great, and that sounds good, but everybody has concerns about parking on the street.
and we understand that.
Right?
Let's hear from David, if you come up. And
Hi, good afternoon. My name is David DeWitt. I reside at 901 Northwest 22nd Street, Apartment B, Ward 6, zip code 73106. And I've been the president of Mesta Park since June 2013. First, I want to give big thanks to Ms. Ellard and Mr. Simon. I think what we've we've lucked out that it's this party that's interested in acquiring this property, someone that lives in the neighborhood and has a track record of developing very sought-after and well-maintained properties. And they have been very active in outreaching to try to talk to the neighborhoods that this is not a surprise and that they can hear what our concerns are for their plans. And, well, we do have some concerns. The parking is a big issue. Marvin mentioned how they'd have 1 spot per 1 bedroom and 2 spots per 2 bedrooms, and that there are 18 spots. But that overlaps with the parking needed for the football building, which might be commercial or office. So that relies upon not having same time of day parking by the office and the tenants. And our concern with the parking is, well, that the street has one side parking only on the north side, and I think the south side parking was removed for easy access to Wilson, which is to the east and to the north. And with any new developments in the area, we are very concerned with adequate parking being provided with new development. For example, this block here is about 450 feet away from Northwest 23rd, where there have been some applications for some high-density uses, and they've been turned down by the Planning Commission because they had inadequate parking, and that they would have overflow parking that would inundate our northern blocks. And we think that 21st Street is at definitely within the extent of where we might have competing commercial property encroaching into the neighborhood. I think up north of this street would be Orange Leaf Yogurt and Big Truck Taco. So that's our concern, and we've relayed that to the developers that we have that concern, and we would really like to see parking development, parking impact plan, whether it's just a layout before the Board of Adjustments meeting, because we think that these 18 units, if the parking is inadequate, then it could displace the street parking by the residents on the north side of the street, many who have one single-width driveways or single-width garages, and they actually park on the street. And one of the residents on the north side is particularly concerned with this. She has trouble backing out of her driveway because employees from Sunbeam park on both sides of her driveway, and she has to avoid them in the daytime. That's her concern. So parking is one issue, and that comes with the density, then how much could be provided in the back. And then I think another concern of a lot of the neighbors, some that couldn't be here today, is just the extent of the density and what comes with it is parking. And something I think of that could help kind of allay that concern is, well, with the 2 undeveloped lots, the application is to extend the special exception for it to be multifamily, but this is not R1, R2, R3, where there's a definition of what the multifamily allowable is, with R2 being a duplex. And we are concerned that having an undefined multifamily overlay on 2 more 50-foot wide lots could allow for even more dense development one day if the applicant is not the one that actually develops it, but someone buys the lots and they now have a multifamily allowance on them without any definition. As for the building itself, I don't know of I suppose they could be office buildings, but I think that some sort of residential would be an okay use. And in terms of the density, there are 13 units, but the building does span 3 50-foot wide lots, so there would be an equivalent of 6 units per 50-foot wide lot. And that's slightly higher than having 4plexes in the neighborhood, but it just brings it down to it's not a 13-unit building. I'd just like to express my concern today with the open-endedness of the 2 undeveloped lots, and with the Board of Adjustments meeting, I think we would ask that they be separated from the giant Sunbeam plat, and that they have their own, either apply for a special exception later, or that the multifamily is finitely defined so that some large multifamily can't be developed. And you all asked about the extent of the multifamily in the neighborhood, and I forget the numbers, but it might be about 20% or 15 to 20% that are multifamily. Some originally built that way, then many converted after the flight from the neighborhood in the 70s and 80s. So there are lots of homes cut in half or cut top to bottom. But I think it would be unprecedented for the neighborhood to have 7 continuous 50-foot wide blocks of multifamily development, which is what this would turn into.
Any questions?
Do you have, it would be helpful to us to hear your version of a plan for this development. In other words, on the unimproved lots, your version of what the density should be, your version of what the parking should be. I mean, I think, and Rita can correct me, but I think the Board of Adjustment has power to put conditions on special exceptions. Am I right, Rita?
That's correct, they can do that.
So a PUD, as you probably know, puts certain conditions. It's let's trade for this for that kind of thing. But if we had some general ideas, at least for me, I'd be open to hear what those are, and all we are is a recommending body. We can't change, we can't grant the special exception. But if our recommendation went forward with some conditions, it might, at least that would be my preference. But I don't, just looking at this for about 5 minutes, unfortunately we didn't have the staff report in our packet to really study. Anyway.
So the question is, what would my wish be?
Well, pardon me?
What is your
My question to you is, you tell us what you don't like, but if you could tell us how you would see fixing what your dislikes are. In other words, on the undeveloped property, this would be a certain density of use, the number of parking places, and so forth.
Well, I'll start with the parking on the main building. Parking has been a main concern for the residents on the opposing side of the street, and we've relayed to the developers that we'd like to see adequate parking, and the numbers given today include an overlap that requires an assumption that the other spots will be taken by the commercial building, which is the football, or it might be multifamily, as it is in the application. I would propose that the plan be evaluated by the applicants until the number of spots at some agreed ratio of the number of bedrooms can be presented and physically fit in here, whether it's 1 1/4 spots per bedroom or 1 1/2. I don't know what ratio to use, but right now it seems like that's not there. But as for the two side lots, I think that standing here today to recommend what they should be would be a bit looking too far in the future, that it might be better to consider first the impact on the street by the multifamily dense use of the two existing buildings, and has the parking turned out like we thought it would? Are the parking of the residents on the north side of the street now displaced? Is there an issue with the school? And then it can be evaluated if the two west and east lots could handle multifamily, and then what kind of parking would need to go with those structures.
I personally hate to put the burden on the neighborhood association and recommend something. I'd rather somehow see them work it out and come back with something. I really think a PUD makes sense. I don't know about the details of it, because that's what, like you said, that's what it's for, to kind of, work out, negotiate some sort of mutual acceptable, but it's got to be acceptable from a feasibility standpoint, whatever it is, to the developer.
Sure. I mean, I think it's a rather open-ended application, because we'd just be saying we recommend or we don't recommend a special exception be granted.
Yeah, it's a lot more complex with the tax credits and everything else.
Yeah.
Further questions?
I just have a question about if there's any zoning involved in this. Maybe Marva's already looked into this. For the football building, it's been used as administrative offices for Sunbeam. Is that correct? But what happens now if they were to vacate, you buy the property, and then part of it's multifamily, and then could a lawyer's office move in there?
Well, that's
They could.
multifamily under this, isn't it?
We're asking for that ability. It can stay office if that use isn't vacated for more than 24 months. So we don't know right now what we'll do with the football building, and one correction to David's numbers. There are 10 parking spaces behind the football building that are not included in the spaces that I was talking about for residents. There are also parking lots on those vacant lots right now that we haven't included at all for anything, and the plans for both of those lots included what we want to do on those lots, but since it's not something we're going to do right now, but I'll tell you what we want to do is we want to build 2 condo flats on each of them. There's quite a desire for one-story residences in a lot of our historic districts. A lot of people have 2-story homes and want to move out of their 2-story homes but still stay in the neighborhood. So we saw this as an opportunity to build some one-story properties that would allow people to stay in the neighborhood and maybe have a smaller responsibility than they've got now. And you all know that because most of you all deal with that every day. So, and we're not opposed to saying that that's what we want to do on those lots. I mean, we don't plan on building a 8-plex or rental or anything. So, I mean, we have no problems being more specific about that. Those were just not the properties we planned on doing anything with at this time.
I know before this goes before Board of Adjustment, they're going to want this worked out between the neighborhood association. So I kind of feel like it would be good to have that worked out before we recommend or don't recommend this.
We'll be out of contract. Yeah, we're scheduled to close between the middle of May and the middle of June, and if we can't get the ability to do what we want with the property, then it's not feasible for us to proceed with it. We do have some time. We probably have a month in here that we can work and ask, for it to be delayed at Board of Adjustment for a month, but we don't have much time.
I will chime in that, what the commission is looking at and considering is, the commission's priority is the impact of this special exception on the historic integrity and character of the neighborhood. Obviously, you can include a number of different concerns in that, and you could incorporate those into a recommendation. But I think the Board of Adjustment really is the place where they're going to hash out issues with density and parking, access, that sort of thing. So it may be something that you make a recommendation that includes the concern that those things be addressed as it moves forward through the process. But just a reminder that the focus for this body is how this change would affect the historic character of the building itself and the surrounding district.
Okay, do we have anybody else from the audience that would like to comment? You want to come up to the podium, please?
Well, I have to say the discussion of parking and all that does affect the neighborhood. So all this is valid discussion about these concerns. We've had quite a discussion about parking on that property off of Western, because of parking in the front yard or whatever. So I don't think we're out of line here.
Well, that was
It does affect
that was paving over an entire historic front yard, which is not allowed.
I'm just using an
as
example.
opposed to the.
I'm using an example
Yeah.
that those concerns do affect the character of the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Jennifer Gavilaw, and I own the property 600 Northwest 21st Street. So I'm the property directly east of the big football building. And the empty lot is directly west of me. And I'm sharing that driveway that Marva had said about the parking. My concern is just I like the view that's there now, and I would not like to have a view of another residence there. I like just the way it is. I like the emptiness, the trees, and just how it looks.
You mean the emptiness of the empty lot next to you?
Yeah, just the empty lot.
But that's a lot owned by somebody else, not you, right?
Right, but that's the view that I like, and that's just, that's just what I wanted to say, that's all.
Okay.
And that goes to how the neighborhood looks, and I think maybe that's the body of the historical value. I'm not sure if there was originally a house there. I haven't taken the time to look into the files to see if there is actual house there historically. So, but for me historically, since I just bought the house a year ago, my view there is nice how it is. If I could buy that piece of property, I would like to, but that would be in the future. But that's all I wanted to say, since I am an owner.
Okay, we
Sanborn
appreciate-
maps as far back as 1922 show that lot on the east side as being vacant. I don't know the ownership history of that, or if that was owned by Sunbeam at some point, or how far back that was owned by them. But there was not a structure there, at least in recent history.
So it's been like that for, so does that go with the, I guess your concern here on what you do with the Historical Commission?
I think you could make a number of different arguments about the fact that that has been a vacant lot for a very long time. I don't think it was ever intended to be some kind of public open space, at least not from the map, what the maps show. It doesn't have a name on it or something that suggests that it was some kind of a park, or it's all laid out as are the other lots and blocks, as if it would be developed.
Okay.
But I don't know the specific history of that site as far as why nothing was ever built there.
Okay, so, yeah, that was my question, if that property was a part of that football building, if that's protected also or grandfathered in. That was all.
Yeah, I don't think.
So,
Okay, thank you.
okay.
Anybody else from the public? Okay, do we have a motion by the commissioners?
So I just want to clarify.
Oh, hi.
Hi, I came up
Sorry.
from the edge. My name is Brianne Johnson, and I live at 601 Northwest 21st Street. And as a whole, as far as Sunbeam Home, the big building that they want to turn into units, I think it's a great idea that it be residential. I think it's wonderful that we have a local developer like in our neighborhood that wants to do that. Parking is a huge concern, but I'm also moved here from Chicago, so I don't ever have to walk 6 blocks to my house from where I park my car. So obviously that doesn't fit with what people are used to parking in Mesta Park. My biggest concern, and I don't know that it's a huge concern, but it is with the empty lots and what will be developed on them. My preference would be that they would be single-family dwellings. I don't know many duplexes or condos that were built and sold that have stayed privately owned residences. It's usually down the line they end up renting out one half or both halves. And so as a whole, I would like to see those 2 lots remain single-family dwellings rather than be developed into multifamily units also. That's all.
Thank you very much.
So the underlying zoning will remain R1, but they can use it as multifamily. Is that correct? And that stays with the property? That's permanent?
My understanding.
Okay.
Well, the base zoning is HP, which
Right.
has single-family residential as the, but my understanding is that the special exception does expire if it's not put into use within a certain time frame. So it's not, if for some reason this project didn't move forward, it wouldn't be that forever and ever anyone could come in and build whatever they like on those sites.
So put into use as in a building is constructed there, or people
I
actually
believe
live in it?
that the project has been initiated within 12 months.
That's correct. And whatever it is that the special exception is granted to do is the thing that has to happen within the time frame. If it doesn't and it lapses, then they can make additional requests for another one, but then they'd have to explain why they didn't do it previously.
So on the 2 empty lots, if nothing was done with the 2 empty lots within 12 months, then they would have to come back and request an exemption again
Correct.
with specifics.
I think I'm fine with the Sunbeam home and the football building, as they're calling it, to be the ARC multifamily. But I have a concern with the 2 vacant lots. One, we don't know if anything was ever built on it. As Katie suggested, 1922 Sanborn maps don't show anything. And then the other lot, there was a single-family home there. So I think for me, hearing some of the comments from the neighbors, I'd like to see those single-family lots back as single-family homes. And then multifamily with the other 2 buildings.
Okay, any further comments?
Would any proposed changes to, maybe this would be for you, Marva, or for Katie, are those duplexes now where they, on 20th Street, those are duplexes, right, the stucco buildings? Are they duplexes?
They are group homes. They have 6 bedrooms in them.
Okay, I didn't know how many people were there. But is it one large home? It's not a
Yes, there's
duplex?
3 of them. They're about 3,100 square feet apiece on 20th.
And they have like 5 or 6 bedrooms in
6.
each one? 6. And if you made some changes to those, that could drastically alter what it looks like historically?
Well, our plan is to probably make them smaller and to make them architecturally more compatible with the neighborhood. They will probably be 3 to 4 bedroom homes when we're done with them. They'll have front porches on them. They, what we're striving for right now, but we're not really too far along with it, is that they'll probably have kind of an airplane bungalow look to them. So we'll be changing the roofs and putting a pop-out on the top, and that might just be more of a clear story, or it might actually be a little space up there, but we're still working through those drawings. But those are our plans with those houses.
So more than one person could live in these in the future?
Oh, I think they'll be family homes. That's what we're
A family home, a
building.
single-family home?
Yes, single family.
And parking would not be altered on 21st Street where no parking is allowed now?
No, we're not asking that to be removed. We understand that there's a lot of congestion around there because of Wilson School and carpool lines and other things, and so visibility is a little iffy at certain points in the day, and we don't want to add to that.
Do we have a motion by commissioners? A recommendation? None? Okay. All right. Can we pass it without a recommendation?
If you don't have a recommendation to make when it goes to the next review body, it will be without a recommendation from HB Commission. You're not required to make one, you were just given the opportunity.
Okay. If we don't have a recommendation, then we'll pass. Thank you.
I actually have a recommendation for approval, but removing those 2 empty lots, 1 empty lot and then 1 single-family lot from the special exception.
Then you can make a recommendation for approval with comment.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know what lot numbers those are for that single-family home and then the open lot.
It would be,
Or they're both vacant, I'm sorry, they're both vacant lots.
it would be 604 and 628, I believe, at either end.
Okay.
604, 620.
Is it 1 and 2 and 13 and 14? Lot number?
What I have in my packet, it's not clear on which properties are the vacant properties.
Jennifer, I think she's talking about 1 and 2 being the one shown on page 5 of our staff report.
Okay.
But it's occupied on the 1955 Sanborn map.
Okay.
Then I think it's to the right, which would be
And then
13 and 14, and that shows structures on 55.
Is that correct?
Is that correct? Katie, did you say
Yes.
this lot 1 and 2 and lots 13 and 14? The ones that Jennifer is proposing remains single-family would be lots 1 and 2 and lots 13, 14.
I'm going to try to do this. Case number BOA 13868. I have recommendation for approval of address 620 North 21st and 616 Northwest 21st for the special exception, but I do remove the 2 vacant lots from the application.
I would second that if you would make that lots 1 and 2 and lots 13 and 14 of Block 30.
I will make them 1 and 2 and 13 and 14.
And would you also add that the recommendation for approval is of the special exception?
Yes.
Okay, motion for acceptance of the special exception by Jennifer Bourne, second by Roland Tague. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion passes. Modifications. Thank you.
Good job.
Item number 13-202.
13-202 at 3622 North Harvey Parkway, Edgemere Park, Ward 6. Consideration and possible action on application of William Bates and Sabrina Rogers for certificate of appropriateness to 1, replace fence required. This item was actually denied by the commission at the last meeting, but if you'll recall, we had some interesting circumstances that did not allow staff to be in our offices for the entire week prior to the meeting, including the day of. So we did not know until after the meeting that the applicant had sent in a request for continuance with some additional information. We went through all the proper channels and were able to put them back on the agenda this month so that it could be considered again with that additional request from the applicant. We've also received, just prior to the meeting, a revised site plan that accurately illustrates the location of the fence, which there had previously been some questions about.
Is that site plan included?
No, it's not included in your staff report. Angela, did we have copies of that? Yes, that's been distributed to you.
Is that this one?
Okay, I have a question on procedure. If you get a packet that's published on the agenda as the packet and then materials like that come in after, is that allowed? Because the public has not been made aware of those additional items that come in, and every meeting we have to do this thing where we pass them around and everybody kind of looks at them, so those cannot be accepted as being entered for this meeting, can they?
They can be accepted. It's the same thing as if a member of the public brought them. Once they're introduced, they're a matter of the record of the case, so you can discuss them. We should have copies available for anybody in the audience that would like to receive them, but they are able to be discussed and considered.
It's kind of along the same lines as if the applicant comes to verbally share additional information that we didn't have at the time the staff report was written and clarify information. And I think it's at the commission's discretion to decide if it's information that you feel comfortable looking at and making a decision on in that moment, or if it's something that the commission needs additional time to review, as well as staff. I mean, we will chime in as well if documentation is brought that we're not comfortable distributing to the commission.
Okay, is the applicant present today?
My name is Sabrina Rogers, and I live at 3622 North Harvey Parkway. And it came to my attention that our map, our drawing that was prepared for me before the fence was built was incorrect. And so that's why you have a new one. We went clear back to the abstract. I have the original abstract, and this map is correct. They were saying that the property lines were wrong, and the way the drawing was drawn before, the garage was rotated completely opposite of how it's put on the lot. So this is an actual how my property sits.
Okay.
And I included a aerial view on the next page where you can look down and see that lot and see my fence. And what you denied before was that you were under the impression that the fence on the north side came all the way to the front of the building, and it does not. It's at the back. So therefore, it should be back fence and should be allowed to be 8 foot. So that's my squawk.
Okay, thank you.
And I tried to get this in here, but I had no idea you all were flooded. And so that's why we're here now, and I appreciate you looking at it.
Yeah, thank you.
I am totally confused.
Well, that's the problem. It was very confusing, and I think that's why it was denied originally.
So you're asking for what?
I'm asking you to leave me alone. That's what I'm asking. I'm asking my fence to stay, and you're saying that it had to come down.
Which fence?
It's already there.
The one that's there, you see on that drawing, the circles?
On the circles on your new plan?
Yes.
It's on the, yeah, I see it. So it's on the south side, more or less, of your...
South.
And east.
East, yes.
Behind,
And west.
basically away from the street frontage.
Away from the street. I mean, you're looking at it right there. Can you see a fence? I mean, I know you can see that little section there. And on the other side, it looks larger because that's on the back side of my property. Yeah, this is the
So technically...
the west side.
Technically, we allow 8 feet in the rear. Technically,
Right.
that would be the east.
Correct, and that's what is 8 feet at the rear. This is the west, and that's 6 feet.
And so you're asking
And the
for...
south. I'm asking to leave my fence alone. I don't want to have to take down the east side. We want to leave the east side alone. What you were saying, what was proposed, this side, that side right there. I'm wanting that to stay as it is because that's the back of my property. And in that picture, if you look at it, it makes that wood look, that looks like it's at the front of the property. It's just the view is angled funny.
So that is on the left side, that is the east?
That is the east, yes, sir.
Line, and that is that little section connecting to your garage where the gate is?
Yes, to the back of the garage. That is, it looks like it's at the front just because of that picture view. But if you look at the map, it's 12 feet back. It doesn't look like it's 12 feet there, but it's 12 feet back.
I don't know that I have a problem with that portion, because that would be considered the back of the property, and 8-foot fences are allowed there.
Very visible, though.
That's true. My concern really is with that side portion. I don't know that we've identified special circumstances to allow for an 8-foot fence on the side.
What side?
The south?
The south side is between our properties that...
between the two houses.
Between the two houses. And that's been my neighbor's problem for years, and mine as well, because...
Is that 8 feet also?
Pardon me?
Is that 8 feet?
Yes.
Okay.
And it staggers down to 6 towards the front. And if you look at the one picture that I have there, between the houses where it shows the west, where you can look down keep going on those pictures, right there. That whole side of that house is solid windows, bathroom and bedrooms. So I can stand and watch them using their restroom. It's crazy.
That's not the...
So I'm just saying they are thrilled with the fence as well.
I understand that. That's not the issue, but you have two sides here, a south and an east, that you're claiming are both the back of your property.
Well, I thought it was the back of my property because the garage apartment is a separate address. That's 262 Eubanks, and it's been a separate address. It has separate utilities. When it was originally built, that was a doctor at-home office. And so I was under the impression that that's the back of that property, and then the other back is the back of my property, because I pay two separate things. That's rental property.
Okay. Well, I have a garage, and if I were to put a separate meter on it, it would be a separate unit, but it doesn't mean that my west side and my south side are now
Well, it's a separate
different
property.
backs.
Well, I understand that, but it is a separate
I think
property.
that's what the concern of the commission is that you have two sides that you're claiming to be the back of your property that have 8-foot fences. You can't have two backs and claim that you get to have an 8-foot fence because you have two backs, when the one side is a very long.
Okay, then can we make the side between the houses the back and make the other side 6 foot? Because that is a garage and you don't see anything. If you look at that aerial view, that house sits so tall. And these neighbors have children, it's craziness how close we are. I can reach out and touch them. I mean, it's crazy. And they are thrilled. They've written letters and we're going to happy to come down here, but she had to have the kids today. So I've got letters from my neighbors, especially the one that's standing there. If you look at the picture with the iron gate, they have not been able to even get down the side of their property until we put this fence up, because where it was sitting on their concrete. And I brought it in on this side, which allowed them to put up a gate that they could access their side of their property. You couldn't even get in and out of there. So, it was all at our expense. If you look at, we spent the best of materials. We fixed both sides, so their side is beautiful. Everything on the outside is beautiful. So it's just I'm not quite understanding what the gripe is.
Was a CA acquired prior to you building this fence?
You what, baby?
Was a CA...
Yes, and we got one, yes.
And you got approval from...
Yes, but my contractor that oh boy, the pictures were wrong, and he didn't get a permit. So that's what started this whole thing. This fence has been up for 2 years. So he did not get an actual permit. So someone came out and gave me a ticket for that, and that's what started this whole war. So I went down to get the permit, and then my approval was expired. So I had to go to Mrs. Yetter and start over there. So it has been a fiasco.
So was it previously approved as an 8-foot fence?
It was previously approved as a 6-foot fence. It was built as an 8-foot fence.
Okay.
So it should be back to a 6-foot.
So Angela, he's gone. Why is the staff recommending a continuance instead of a denial?
In order to work with the applicant towards providing documentation for an administratively approvable proposal.
Documentation for...
Of a 6-foot tall fence, basically.
Okay. You're waiting for documentation to submit a 6-foot fence?
No.
Based on the fact that this proposal was previously denied for an 8-foot tall fence on the west, the east, and the south,
Right.
I've been working with Ms. Rogers towards, her understanding of what is and isn't administratively approvable. She would very much like the commission to approve the east, the south, and the west fences at 8 foot tall if possible. She's willing to work
West
with
fence, east, you mean south and east? Oh, that little...
a little tiny fence next to the garage is a leg on the side.
I have that, but
it's in the back.
Okay, the south is a long side.
The south
Okay,
is the
it's
long
8 feet.
side.
There's a section on the east that goes to the garage.
Yes.
It's 8 feet. And there's this little tiny connection over to the house on the west. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Ms. Rogers?
The entire backyard has been...
But what you mentioned on the west, was that little short section, is that what you were talking about?
Yes, the short section,
Okay.
yes.
And it is 6 foot on the west.
Pardon?
It is 6 foot on the west.
6 foot tall on the west?
That's what I thought, because it steps down. So that
Well,
is-
the cross, it does step down.
So that's
and what's facing is 6 foot.
The part facing west is
6 foot.
6 feet, that's what I thought.
On the east, it's 8 because we were under the impression it was at the back of the property. That's where the fence was originally, the old fence. And so by looking at the pictures you all had, and the drawing was incorrect, you were under the impression that it was all the way out to the front of the garage, and it's not. It's in the back.
So there's one thing the neighbor comment on is on the east fence. that the connection to the garage is actually closer to Eubanks than is shown on your plans. And looking at, because we have rules about that, though it applies to the...
It's connected at the very back of the property.
According to the photographs, it looks like it's connected closer to the front.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That's what the photographs that Mrs. Jeter took. I didn't take these pictures. You all took your thing took the pictures. Your company,
I can
or
see
whatever. And the view makes it look like it's at the
I
front,
see what
and
you're
it's
saying.
not.
Because it's an L-shaped building. Okay.
So that's why I have an aerial, and that's why I've brought this in, to show you that that's actually 12 foot, well, it's 22 feet from the front of the garage.
Problem is, it's a corner lot, and it's so visible.
I understand that, and I would be willing, and that's what I was trying to explain to Mrs. Jeter, I would be willing to take the gate topper off on the east and bring it down to the 6 foot to make it look like, okay,
I'm getting there.
there. I would be willing to take the topper off and make the gate just the 6 foot there and stagger it back to match the other side. We should have done that to begin with. It would look fine, and I would be happy to do that.
So that's one possibility.
I would be happy to, I mean, it's going to be, this expense was so expensive, and it's done with red cedar. I mean, we did both sides, so that it would be perfect on everybody's looking at it.
I think everybody likes the way it looks, but we need to try to move forward and figure out what to do with
So
this.
then the south fence,
You
unfortunately...
can't see it.
But unfortunately, I live in all these older neighborhoods, the houses are close together, and we can't all put up 8-foot fence so we can't see in the neighbors' windows.
Well, as long as the other neighbor's happy with it, I can't see why not.
Well, but that's our guidelines, the side yards, side fence,
But-
6 feet. Unless there's a unique circumstance.
I'm giving them to you. We cannot live sitting on top of each other. I mean, my neighbor is thrilled. They can use their side of their property they've never been able to use before. It didn't cost them a dime.
You can still have a fence there, but it'd be 6
Well,
feet.
I understand that, but if you're going to want to block those windows, the only option would be to be putting great big trellises in front of the fence that you would see from the street, and they would look like hell.
You can put up, you can put up curtains, too.
Angela, one of the options to provide a continuance so that you two can try to work this out, or would it be preferable to make a motion on the application?
Patrick, I think if we made a motion, we'd move to deny the 8-foot fence that's the side yard, and if we continue it, then she'd have an opportunity to work with the staff and get it administratively approved and not come back. I mean, Ms. Rogers...
The only
I've got
option would
face
be to
the facts.
take it down.
Listen to me just a minute.
Okay.
You have to face the facts that we're not going to approve an 8-foot fence along that long side. It's a side yard. There's nothing unique about your property that's not like dozens of other properties in historic areas.
Well, there's other 8-foot fences in my neighborhood.
Well, they may be there illegally. I don't know. But we do not approve, make special exceptions. I mean,
If you cannot see it from the street, I don't understand if you can't see it from the street.
The long and short of it is, I believe that's not going to be approved. If we continue it, you can work with the staff, but the staff is going to insist that you make that a 6-foot fence. If you want us to vote on the application as it is, we can do that. If you want to work with the staff on putting up a 6-foot...
Are they going to help me put it up? I mean, we're going to take this one down and...
Ma'am?
I got you.
Your other option is the board can vote. If it's denied, you can appeal it. That is one of your...
That's $750 more.
I'm just trying to explain to you what your options are.
I get it.
Okay, do we have a motion?
What do you want to do, Angela?
That's up to you, Ms. Rogers. Would you like work towards an administratively approvable fence, or would you like the commission to deny it and go to the Board of Adjustment?
We'll work towards, there's no need denying it. I mean, if it's not going to do, I mean, they're going to deny it as well at the tune of $750. So it just doesn't make any sense. So
do you wish a continuance, or would you like
the continuance will be great. That'll give me more time to figure out what we're going to do.
Okay. Do we have a motion for continuance?
Before we do that, one more thing, I know you're not happy about that, but I do like your idea on the east, because that would kind of bring down that height where the gate is. But So if you can,
Well, if we have to take the other whole side down, we might as well take the whole damn thing down.
well, consider that if you would. It would reduce the height along the street where you can see it. So.
Okay, thanks.
This is stepped at the front on the south. That is where the existing stepped fence is. It steps from
I'm
8.
talking about the east side.
Oh, okay.
East side.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Angela, how long should we continue this?
60 days, please.
So the May, do you know what the May date is? I don't know. Oh,
I move we
or the
continue
May 7th.
HPCA 13-202 to the May 7th meeting.
Okay. I have a motion for a continuance to the May 7th, 2014 meeting by Roland Tagg. Do we have a second? Second. Second by George Massey. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion passes.
HPCA 14-00005 at 2516 North Hudson, Jefferson Park, Ward 2, consideration and possible action on application of TLC by Lauren Capron for certificate of appropriateness to 5, install asphalt parking lot with matching concrete curbs, elective. 6, install concrete retaining wall around parking lot, elective. 8, install 8-foot electric gate, elective. 9, construct 8-foot tall brick fence with 3.5-inch concrete cap, elective. 11, install flagpole, elective. And 12, install flagpole light, elective.
Mr. Capron, how are you? Do we have any questions by commissioners? Do we have any comments from the public? Okay.
We did have some comments from one of our commission members who's not able to be here today. Jeff sent some comments along, and on this one noted that he thought it would be more appropriate for the wall and gate to drop to 6 feet along that side rather than the 8 feet that's proposed. And that would be items number 8 and 9.
So this property faces the corner, so which is the front and back? The address is on Hudson, so I guess the back would be to the, Lauren, to the east?
I'm Lauren Capron, and I'm the owner of Windermere Courts. I live at 2509 North Hudson, which is across the street directly from what we're talking about. Windermere Courts is now in a family trust. I've owned it since 1986. Regarding the wall, there's maybe two things. One, the exterior of the wall, if you're looking at it from right where we're looking at it right now, would be 6 foot high and would be equal to the fence, that's the wood fence to the to my left, or to my right, and would come over to the gate from the opposite side. Because it goes down there, it would be 8 foot where you would not see it. It would go down to the asphalt on that side to 8 feet. That's the difference between the 6 feet and the 8 feet of the fence. If you stand by that wood fence, it's 6 foot high and it comes around to where the drive is. Several years ago, Roland and maybe some others might remember this, I was going to build garages there. And you may remember that the economy fell apart, the world fell apart, and I hung on with both hands.
I've been driving by ever since.
At that time, we approved the asphalt parking lot and the garages, which were higher than 8 feet, even on the outside where the grass is. So we're asking you to approve our fence and allow us to put the gate up there, and we think that there will be minimal, if no real visibility, because the concrete goes back up into the drive far enough, and we don't think you'll see the asphalt either. So we think both of those items have been covered in terms of how it's going to look and how it's going to match up and tie in with the Windermere itself. I'll reserve now for questions. And by the way, my son-in-law is here, who's probably going to be taking over in the years ahead. So his name is Donald Stephen Haynes, and he lives at 2513 North Hudson, which is next door, directly across from the building itself.
Okay, what is the rule on the fence on this one, since it's a multi-unit? Is it different than?
There's not a different requirement specifically for residential or for multifamily or commercial. There is some provision in the guidelines, and let me look to give you the exact language, acknowledging that in some cases, such as a larger commercial structure, they may necessitate a taller fence. Let me look at what exactly that.
And you're wanting 8 feet because it'll come around and match the other 6-foot one, since the 6 foot's elevated?
When we look at the grass on this picture, okay, where that sign is, that side of the fence will be 6 foot. When you look at the gravel side, it will be 8 foot. It's all the same fence. It's just that you don't see it from the road, you see 6 foot. Yes, there's a stem wall, which is part of it, but it goes 8 foot from the gravel up to the top of that wooden fence. But on the other side, where you drive by and you look at it, the dirt will be up to the fence, and the bricks will be 8 foot high or 6 foot high there on that side. Are we following?
So the new fence
The grade
will the elevation.
It's actually a wall.
The grade goes up to the south along the...
Yes.
So the parking, when you go inside, will be sort of depressed.
Yes, it is.
The retaining wall will go up at the along the south side. So the 8 foot high will be on the...
So when we wrote that for 8 foot, it means it's from the gravel or the rock up to the top of that fence.
So the 8 foot apparent height will only be on the inside. If you're outside, it'll be 6 feet.
Right. You don't see that.
With a grade change. So that's except for where the gate is. Right.
I didn't hear you.
Except for where the gate is.
Except for the gate is, yes.
But the top part of the gate is opaque because you can see through it, so visually it doesn't give you quite the
fortress look.
2.8.15 says where residential properties are adjacent to commercial or other incompatible uses, alternative fence heights may be considered for appropriateness and with respect to other city ordinance related to fences and fence walls. So that allows a little accommodation for a property outside our typical single-family residential needing a taller fence. It says, where residential properties are adjacent to commercial or other incompatible uses, alternative fence heights may be considered for appropriateness and with respect to other city ordinances related to fences and fence walls.
This issue always, I don't know if we've ever addressed it. I think it's whoever applies, the height of the fence is judged from their property. Because I know there's a retaining wall on the other side of the adjoining property. If it goes down, that's a taller fence than what we approved. So I've never been clear about how we judge that. You know what I mean?
Yes.
This particular case, from outside, it'll meet the ordinance. From inside, it'll be too tall. So I would think that the intent would be appearance from the outside or from the adjoining properties. So the gate is probably the issue along the west. And as Roland pointed out, the gate is iron. It's what we call transparent. So it's only a section of the brick wall going up to the gate that becomes 8 feet. Starts out 6 and it becomes 8. So it's always an issue when we talk about fences. How do you determine the height we're judging?
We generally evaluate it based on, like you said, the applicant themselves and how the fence measures within their property.
Yep.
So when you have an adjacent property with a significant grade change, we look at the applicant's property and the fence height on their property. But yes, it can be challenging.
May I give you an example of where we did put up an 8-foot fence? Directly across the street, when I converted those 3 apartments into houses, the one to the south was up against what's called the Paseo Point, and the driveway to the south of the driveway has an 8-foot fence because that was an apartment complex. Based on that's why it was allowed, but it was a wood fence that was that high. This is a brick wall.
Are there any more questions on the fence or the retaining wall?
What's the fence height on the east? Not clear. It's depressed inside, and
That's a wood fence sitting up on top of on top of the dirt.
so that stays?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
That stays, that remains?
Yes.
Okay.
Any further questions? No further questions on that. Let's proceed to the item number 4, the asphalt parking lot. We have a staff recommendation for denial on that one. The code doesn't allow for a multi-residential unit to have an asphalt parking lot, Katie?
Two point 2.3.22, driveways of asphalt, brick, or textured or patterned concrete to resemble brick are not consistent with historic materials in the district and are not permitted unless historic documentation is provided to demonstrate the historic appropriateness of such material.
So it doesn't differentiate between single-family and multifamily?
Well, that's what I was checking to see if there was, just like the fence had a differential.
Yeah, we don't have, I don't think we have additional guidelines for commercial parking lots that address paving materials like that. So there's not a distinction from that language about driveways. I think the assumption throughout the guidelines is that parking lots would be concrete.
But an assumption not based on guideline fact?
Yeah, I don't believe we have anything that explicitly prohibits asphalt in a parking lot.
May I address that?
Yes, sir.
The plan that was passed earlier, 3 years ago or 4 years ago, shows to have an asphalt parking lot. The interest vote to this one, okay, goes beyond that one and goes well up into the parking lot to where if you drove by and seen it, you would see concrete going up into that parking lot. The reason behind that is because the dumpster goes up in there, and there's 6 to 8 foot, or 6 to 8 inches, 8 inches of reinforced concrete going back up the side in the 2 lanes going up in through the gate that would, I think, probably put you in a position where you would not probably see the asphalt at all. However, before, I believe it was approved with the asphalt parking lot.
By this body previously?
Yes.
So the staff report mentions that the portion of the parking lot visible from Hudson through the gated area will not be so visible, but on the east side, you're not proposing any fencing, and that is where people would be able to see the parking lot from the alley and from 25th Street. Is that correct? There is no fencing there?
On the east side? If you look, we're not looking at the east side. Over that way is the east side. You're up that alley past those buildings, and you're not going to see that because there's going to be a retaining wall there.
So this is what's in the staff report. I might ask staff if you wanted to explain that anymore or add anything.
The only thing between the parking lot and the alley at this time is the portion of wood fence on the east. Once the applicant is completed, if he has been approved for all items, there will be a retaining wall on that side as well, but it'll only be approximately 3 feet tall. And there are screening requirements citywide for parking lots. Staff believes that the parking lot will be visible from the alley to some extent, yes, and from the street.
I thought you were placing a new, I guess I was thinking of a fence on top of the retaining wall. Is that not true?
Sorry?
The retaining wall on the east is to be the height of the grade that's retaining, correct?
Correct.
I thought you were going to have a wood fence on top of that retaining wall.
It exists now.
It exists now.
The fence is existing now. We're just trying to retain the dirt so the fence don't fall.
So the retaining wall is going to be on the west side of the fence.
Correct. Just holding the dirt back in.
About how far? About 12 inches?
It's about 3 foot.
Okay. And the existing fence is going to remain, but the staff is saying it's not, it doesn't screen the view of the parking?
The photograph on your screen, let me get right back to it. This is looking eastwardly. This is also looking east. The alley is in this location between the fence and the building.
Alan, part of the fence was, part of that fence is down from the wind, and the other part of that fence, the neighbor over there hit it and knocked it down. We're going to put that piece of the fence back up, which was originally there.
In this open location, Lauren?
I'm sorry?
In that open location there?
Correct.
Right.
That's where the fence used to run.
But you're not proposing to put a fence back there. Is that accurate?
Well, I was going to put the fence back up, yeah. The fence comes to pass beyond the rear of that car over there now.
So if you put that fence back up in that empty spot right there,
okay,
then you'll have a shield for a visual for the parking lot.
Right.
Correct? Is that what you're proposing?
Correct, and we didn't know we needed to add that in,
To put the
Angie,
fence back
because
up.
the fence was already there. They knocked it over, because that's actually, you call it an alleyway, but it's actually a parking for that apartment complex right there.
Okay, so
and when
you'll
they back out, they hit the fence and knocked it over. We just haven't put it up because we're waiting to do
construction.
Retaining wall, yeah.
Okay, and so you're going to put that back up, which will shield that.
Correct.
Is that sufficient?
Is that anywhere indicated on page 5?
I'm sorry.
Well, he said
He
he,
has not indicated that on his
he
application.
said he didn't put it in there because the fence just fell over, so he didn't know he had to put it back in because he was just putting his fence back up.
But does it say anywhere on here like that's an existing fence? Because what it's pointing to is that it says it's a 3-foot tall concrete wall, but it doesn't say there's an existing fence over the top.
No, it isn't on the top.
It's not going to be on top of the retaining wall. It's going to go along the property line where it was at.
I'm just reading what's on here.
Right.
So I'm just trying to...
That's why we didn't include it, is we were going to put it back on the property line where it was at, because the retaining wall is about 3 foot inside the property line.
And that's a 6-foot tall fence?
That would be a 6-foot
So that's
tall.
administratively approvable?
But you didn't put it on there because the fence is already existing. You're not touching it, right?
See where that car's at in that little building?
Right.
There's already a fence there.
Right.
It just extended on over to where it fell down. So that's all we were going to do, is just put it right back up inside. So, yes, it will be done in the end. We just need to get the retaining wall up before we go put it back in and reset the posts.
Right.
I think in any case, it sounds like a fence that either does not require a CA or would be administratively approvable. So staff can work with them to make sure that that's taken care of,
Put
however
back
it
like it
needs
was
to be
supposed to
addressed.
be. Okay.
So would that be a condition on the application?
I don't think the commission needs to address it since it's not part of this application or part of this notification.
There are landscape requirements and screening requirements citywide that have to be addressed when we're working with parking lots, and that might actually impact their certificate. It may be better to do it all at once. But that's up to you.
Well, the screening requirements aren't something that we consider. We're just looking at the...
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Screening requirements are required by zoning or by, it's not something we...
Screening requirements would be required when they go to get their permits.
Right. So they have to
And
do
so
that
if
anyhow.
those are
So we're-
physical changes like fences or walls, you would want to have a certificate of appropriateness that applied to that. Any additional landscape screening that was required to go with those fences or walls, you likely would not have a certificate to go with that.
Rita just called to my attention that the fence we're all discussing is not anywhere on the agenda, because we can't make a call on it because it's not included in what we're reviewing. I think, I agree with you, they need to have the screening addressed when they go to pull their permits, but I think it's something we'll have to work with outside of this body to either decide, yes, the fence is already there and you don't need a CA for it, or...
We can do that.
Good, okay.
Would we need to continue that item, or we don't need to continue the asphalt parking lot?
No, I don't, I think you can, the screening requirements for permitting is separate from,
So we approve it with the presumption that it will be screened. Do we have any further questions, comments from the audience? Do we have a motion? Do you want to take these separately, or?
Are flag poles addressed in our guidelines anywhere?
Patriotic, don't mess with it.
Yeah. Is that why we have flag code in here?
Lauren was smart. He put 5 pages of flag etiquette in there.
no, our guidelines really don't address them other than looking at general language about kind of landscape features, light poles in front yards, that sort of thing. We don't have criteria specific to flag poles. So I think looking at the scale of the flagpole in relation to the building as just a general consideration, but we don't have any language to pull from for that.
Okay, I recommend approval of HPCA 14-0005, items 6, 11, and 12.
Okay, we have a motion for approval, 14-005, items number 6, 11, and 12 by Roland Tay. We have a second by?
Second.
Second by Ann Zackeritz. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay.
I move approval of HPCA 14-5, items 8 and 9, to install a gate fence with unique circumstances. And those unique circumstances that are in the staff report are incorporated in this motion.
We have a motion for approval by Roland Tay of items number 8 and 9. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Neela Crank-Clements. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
And as to the item 5, the asphalt parking lot, I do not see how we can get around Section 2.3.22, which says that you can't put asphalt on driveways. Just because it's not visible from the street is not an exception. If we approve that, we're going to get homeowners who want to put asphalt in their backyard because it's not visible from the street.
The only thing, it's an existing parking lot.
Well, but they're here requesting us to approve an asphalt parking lot.
What did you say about the exception for multifamily?
That there are none.
There's really not.
There's no difference between a multifamily and it's not At least it's not distinguished in this.
Lauren, did you get cost comparisons between asphalt and concrete?
Yeah.
They didn't. They used to be pretty close, but whoa.
They are not. The cost comparison to put the concrete down is going to run right around $88,000. To put the asphalt down using the 5/8 rock that they use, compacted down to 3 inches, it'd actually be 3 3/4 inches compacted to 3, runs roughly $35,000. So we're on a huge price difference on it with the other things we're wanting to do to the building to finish our plans for the building and what you see from the street. The other factor comes in is we can also seal the asphalt and have it last longer than you can in concrete. The way that this parking lot would have to be done in concrete, if it ever cracked or tore up, you'd have to basically take it all the way back to that crack and replace it. Asphalt, you can patch it, reseal it, you'll never know it's even touched. And as far as the compaction on it, and strength and durability, from what I'm hearing from both sides, 3 inches of asphalt is actually just as strong as 4 inches of concrete.
I wish we could consider cost, but we can't.
I will add, Angela, correct me if I'm wrong, they've already been administratively approved for a concrete driveway, is that correct? So they're doing concrete on the driveway into the parking lot, as you see on
It's going to go back.
the site plan.
I'm sorry.
And then the asphalt would be beyond that, back in the back of the building. This is,
Site plan shape.
yep. So our guidelines say driveways of asphalt, brick, or textured and patterned concrete to resemble brick are not permitted unless historical documentation is provided. So that's specific to driveways. I think a lot of times we kind of lump driveways, parking lots, all of that kind of surface paving together. And then otherwise, our language pretty much focuses on replacement of existing concrete to match the historic concrete, but not whether or not asphalt.
Historic asphalt?
Right. Historic gravel.
There's nothing that addresses it, nothing that excludes it on a flat surface parking lot.
Mainly because we don't have a lot of parking lots, but I think the intent is paving, but, so I agree with Roland, but it is there.
Well, we're changing our guidelines this meeting. We're talking about it, and if there should be a different treatment of commercial versus residential, or, a driveway seems to me is you drive your car to get in a parking place, and that's what this is all about, driving a car in to park it either in a garage. We're going to get ourselves in a box.
So your contention is the parking lot is the driveway?
Well, yeah, it is not a parking lot. They're driving their cars up to park them in designated slots according to this plan. I don't see that it's any different from...
I agree with the intent. Does it make a difference that we previously approved?
Well, we don't know that. I heard what he said. I want to see the application to see if it was previously approved and if these guidelines were in place. I remember that old case because I told him I kept expecting to see some things that occurred.
So the municipal code defines a driveway as a private roadway providing access to a street or highway, an impervious, semi-impervious, or compacted gravel surface providing direct ingress, egress to a parking space.
To a parking space, but not including the parking space.
Yes. There is a definition for parking lot in the guidelines.
What does it say?
It says, I'll let Katie read.
Parking lot means any off-street, unenclosed, ground-level facility used for the purpose of temporary storage of vehicles which cannot exceed 7 days. Enclosed parking facilities such as multi-story garages or parking facilities constructed within the confines of a larger building or structure, or parking facilities associated with single-family and two-family residential developments are not included within this definition.
So we have a definition of parking lot, but we don't have it addressed in the guidelines as to what surface the parking lot needs to be?
What
I
section
think that's
of
fairly
that?
accurate. I think the guidelines talk about replacing existing historic fabric in a parking lot, but it doesn't provide guidance on if the fabric that's there is not something we want retained as historic fabric, what would be appropriate new material. Like I said, I think a lot of times we sort of apply the same language for parking lots, driveways, et cetera, as all one category.
May I approach the bench?
Yes. Is that the original CA?
Lauren, when was that approved?
Item number 4
is in 2010, 5/11/2010.
Do you guys want to see that?
You know what number it is, Lauren?
Number 4.
And you did not, or you did install that after this was approved?
Did not. No.
Did not? Okay.
Call it economy kind of cave, you know.
Katie, the guidelines, 2.3.22, were those the same in place in 2010 when that was approved? Do you know, or Angela?
I do not know off the top of my head. I think we have the... Angela, was that a no, I don't know, or a no, they weren't? I was hoping you knew. That you think they were the same? No. Okay. Yeah.
Do you know what they said then?
In the original, it was included in the driveway as asphalt. We're still trying to preserve the historic community from the view from the street. That's why we're extending the concrete, not only so the dumpster can get in and dump it, not crack it up, but we're extending it about 15 foot further than what we need to get it further back up into the throat of the building.
Right.
So it will be skewed once the wall's up. It'll be skewed, you won't see it, because then the building turns, as you can see from that overview, and then it's all to the rear.
So the concrete will go up to where it levels off.
Correct.
So then it's...
That was approved under the old guidelines and not under the current guidelines. Now, I don't, unfortunately, the saver pulled out the old guidelines from his notebook the other day. Bring it.
But what is the legal precedent on something that was grandfathered in when HP first started? It'd be the same thing as this. If this is, he was
It
approved, it should be
expires
approved.
because it was never used.
Correct.
The approval expired.
Yeah, they could, it's currently gravel, correct?
Correct.
So they could continue to have gravel for as long as they want, because that's what's there now. But as far as what has been approved previously, if you don't do it within the time frame of the CA, once it expires, you have to start over. And the commission really doesn't even have to consider whether it was previously approved.
Okay, well, do we have a motion on item number 5?
can I add one other feature? And I don't know where they fall in. One, we're doing it for cost comparison to finish our building. I mean, utmost, and give our tenants adequate parking with a level surface other than gravel. The apartment complex to the south of us has got an asphalt top. There's also, right there on 24th and Walker, has got an asphalt top. All they've got is just a concrete throat from the sidewalk. So I don't know where we're falling on that. That's why we were looking at the asphalt when you're looking at strength, repair.
Again, you get into the grandfathered in, what was there before. If this was asphalt, you'd be able to replace it with asphalt.
Right.
I don't know if a continuance on item number 5 allows them to do anything as far as trying to work towards finding anything out, or if that's a moot point. I mean, I don't want to give you a continuance for the sake of giving you a continuance, but you may be able to find some other research, find the old guidelines. There may be something that staff can help you with on that instead of just a denial on it, which I can't guarantee it'll be a denial, but if that's the motion that's made.
Yeah, the motion coming up, so we'll do whatever y'all are recommending. I mean, we don't want to...
What's the position?
Well, we don't have a motion on the table right now, but
I think we could, if we don't want to do a denial, we could do a continuance and work on either researching the alternatives, researching the history as has been discussed, as well as finding an alternative product to use.
Okay. Is that acceptable?
That's fine for me.
Okay. And Roland won't be here.
I won't be here.
Do we have a motion for a continuance on item
How long
number
do you
5?
want to continue it, 60 days?
It's just on item number 5.
Just 5?
Yeah.
Or we can continue it to the next meeting. I'll not be there either, so.
I'm not either. I'm still looking at the ground.
You look like you're doing just fine.
What's your choice?
It would...
Last month or two.
Pretty difficult to
Let's do it
submit
for 60
plans.
days.
60.
Okay, I move we continue item HPCA 14-5, item 5, to the May 7th meeting.
Okay, we have a motion for a 60-day continuance on 14-5 by Roland Tay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Neela Crank-Clements. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Thank you.
Okay, that's on the single item, right?
Just on 5. The rest were approved.
I do want to say that it's been a long time since I've seen you folks. You're probably aware that I no longer build the houses in the neighborhood, and nice seeing you again.
Good to see you. Take care.
We've had a request for a 5-minute break.
Okay, only if we rush through the rest of these. We've had
Okay.
people waiting for a long time. We've only got through 4 cases.
Yep.
So my preference would be 5-minute break. HPCA 14-8.
And possible action, 804 Northwest 19th, Mesta Park, Ward 6, consideration and possible action on application of Jonathan and Kristen Seed for certificate of appropriateness to 1 construct fence required.
Is the applicant present? Hi. Katie, what additional information is required under your recommendation for continuance?
I believe this was one that we were hoping to work toward an administratively approvable proposal for the fence, because as currently proposed, it doesn't meet the guidelines for administrative approval.
For 50% guide?
The
50% mark?
Correct.
Okay.
As well as the height and the location in relation to the front porch.
It says a 6-foot high fence. Am I missing something? Oh, the finished height at the front of 8 feet. Okay.
You probably know where this one's going.
What'd you say?
After the discussion we've had about fences.
That's right. I've been properly trained.
Are you willing to continue it and see if it can be modified to make it administratively approvable?
Yeah, I think in a sense my speaking is slightly superfluous, but if I can beg your tolerance, I'll take a couple minutes in hopes that maybe there could be a hardship situation. This has been a rough situation for us. I mean, it's been our dream to move into this neighborhood the 5 years we've lived here. And we bought the home in the fall, and the sewer collapsed a week after we moved in. It's been rough, so money was tight. Now it's tighter. We love this home. We love the neighborhood. I grew up in a historic preservation home in the suburbs of Chicago. I believe in historic preservation. The seller put up this fence, and he did it all the wrong ways. He didn't follow the guidelines. He didn't obtain a certificate, and he just put it up. Apparently he got letters from the neighbors on either side gaining their permission because of some ways in which the fence encroached on their properties. Both of those neighbors still reside there, and apparently they supplied those. I believe that was just for the fence company. I've heard all this secondhand. The seller is notably eccentric. He failed to disclose this to us. The day we moved back into the house after the sewer was repaired, we received our citation to let us know that this was a problem. So we're a little bit mentally weary. I've got twins on the way in June, so I'm getting poorer. Anyway, none of that is relevant, I've learned from sitting in here today. I know that, but I'll say it anyway. So all that being said, we understand that if we have to pursue him in small claims court, or at least just ask him politely first if he'll pay to have it abated, since he failed to disclose that to us. Greg Woods, the city inspector, told us that he had already sent him a citation. They'd even spoken on the phone while we were in the process of closing with him and never mentioned any of it to us. So Greg Woods, just doing his job, said, the home is now transferred ownership in the process of issuing the citation. Well, I might as well just send it to the new owner since it's obviously our responsibility now, and I understand that. It was probably about $15,000 to put it up, and to make the alterations that are obviously necessary for it to come into compliance, to step down, which is what should have been done in the first place. Again, I can't even pretend to understand his reasoning in doing this. It would probably be expensive. I'm guessing it'll probably be a couple $1,000s to take those sections down, cut them to the right height, cut the metal poles down to the right height, put them back up, make additions to the cap so that the cap steps down as well. Obviously we don't have that money. I know you'll give us a year and another 6 months after that if we show that we've made a good faith effort to make some progress, as we can afford to do it section by section. In an ideal world, we wouldn't have to do that. I understand that it's 8 feet, and from what I've heard today, that's all that matters. In the sense, we're dealing with matters of law. So again, I'll just, these are my 5 minutes. So I don't know. I had a question in a form of a question. I don't know if it's relevant that there would be letters supplied by neighbors abutting saying that it's not distracting. My hunch is no, after the things I've heard today. But if so, I know of at least 3 neighbors that would be happy to supply letters saying that it's not a visual distraction in any way. If that's not relevant, then, so be it.
Can I ask one question of you real quick?
Yes, sir.
I know you're going to go back, but it says it's 6 feet along the alley. It's 8 feet in the front. There's a lot of slope to the front.
There is a slope. Again, I'm not going to try to argue any of those things because I trust Angela, and she walked the property, and she basically says there's no good reason for it to be left the way it is. So in that sense, the law has spoken, and I understand that. Again, I didn't build it, so I can kind of make fun of it. It shouldn't have been built that way. It's obvious. It was foolish, I think, to do it. I don't know what he was thinking. I mean, obviously, you guys are going to catch him, and then you're going to make him change it, except now I own the house. So it's a bit of a challenging situation. Now, my backyard looks into his backyard. He lives 3 doors away from me. So, I mean, obviously, I wish there were some forms of due process where you guys could make him be a good neighbor and just say, hey, this is your responsibility. You put it up. You still live here. Pay to have it fixed. Obviously, when you reject my request for mercy, then I'm going to have to go to him with 3 quotes and ask him to just pay for it as a good neighbor. If he doesn't, then I guess I'll have to take him to small claims court. I've never had to take anyone to court. I mean, it's distasteful and expensive and silly, but if that's what we have to do,
I learned that when I sued my neighbor. Well, we won the suit, and then we argued at dinner after that, so it wasn't very good.
Again, I know this will be my last thought, and I don't want to take any more of your time. A possible compromise position is, I agree that on the northeast front corner, he built almost like a privacy fence between the homes. And again, I can see his intent. He was a very private person. That's not why you build fences in a historic preservation neighborhood, for privacy. I would be happy to tear down that front section. That wouldn't cost us a lot of money to do. It is distracting. It violates several of your stipulations as I've read them. That would be a simple compromise that wouldn't bankrupt us and would make it better, make it less ugly and less in violation. And then my last thought is altering the fence, because it's years old, I don't know how many years old, has weathered significantly. It's still a beautiful fence. It's really nicely constructed. Aesthetically, it will affect the neighbors that are nearby. So, I mean, that's my last observation, I guess, that when you add in extra cap sections to accommodate the stepping down, of course, it'll be impossible to match it. It'll be very obvious that there's sort of, mixture of materials, old and new. So, in one sense, it won't really look as nice, but it'll be compliant. So,
if we continued this for 2 months, that would be two more months to save money.
Amen. I'll take it.
And our final action would be 2 months.
Right when the twins get here.
That's right. Yeah, I might be a little more bleary-eyed, but yeah.
At the northeast corner, where you've mentioned removing the privacy wall, what is the height of the fence where the wall stops?
That's a great question. You
Is
mean
it
that's
7
parallel
foot?
to the back wall of the house?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is shorter than 8, but taller than 6. I don't know. It's actually in the site plan. I give the height at that intersection.
Your plan says 7'2"
Okay.
at that point.
Yeah. So that's better, right? But not great. And it still doesn't fix the northwest front corner, which is a towering, 8-foot tall corner.
So, I mean, I can foresee
I can go ahead and kill myself here and just say, yeah, you're not going to approve it, you shouldn't, and
Well, I
I
was
can
just gonna say-
ask for a continuance and then tell you my plan to bring it into compliance. That's better than killing the application, right?
Right, the 2-month continuance to try to allow you to work it with your neighbor, figure something out. But, I don't know of anything that we can use to just straight up approve what's there.
Yeah, I understand.
Is that sufficient?
I'm seeing lots of pity in your faces, which at least makes me feel better. So thank you for your sympathy.
Well, it's the transfer of ownership is a huge problem, because you didn't do it.
Yeah, fool me once. I mean, obviously now I know that if I ever buy another historic home, you have some kind of inspection to see if anything's a violation, but...
Just call George.
Coach me, yeah.
Do we have a motion for...
I move to continue this case to the May 7th docket.
Thank you, gentlemen. And
we have a motion by Roland Take for a 60-day continuance. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ann Zacharitz. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Thank you. 14-12.
14-10, actually. HPCA 14-10 at 216 Northwest 16th, Heritage Hills, Ward 6. Consideration and possible action on application of David and Robin Rush by Derek Bird of Gummerson and Associates for certificate of appropriateness to 1, demolish garage elective, and 2, construct garage elective. I will note that the applicant has already said they would like item number 2, construct garage, to be continued because there are some revisions that they would like to make to the proposed new design that kind of happened in between when all of the materials were due for this meeting and now. So that item they've requested to be continued. And then just to explain, because I know this will look familiar, we saw a different application for almost the identical project several months ago, and it was denied. They have since reapplied with a new structural engineer's report with additional information, and so that's why it's back before you today.
Is this the same letter that was in our packet?
Possibly. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive.
December 17th letter.
Let me start by saying what an honor it is to be here on Commissioner Tague's final HP hearing. Our firm has certainly enjoyed working, I would say with you, but next to you at the other podium for years. So.
Are you sure you don't want to continue both items?
No, yeah, the last one we got to take a crack at.
Courageous man, courageous.
Yeah. Appreciate your time. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Rush, who is the property owner who's also here. Mr. Bird and Mr. Gummerson are also here, as well as Mr. Joyce, who is the structural engineer that provided the report that you have before you. So I'm sure you're asking what has changed. What has changed is Mr. Joyce went back and did a second inspection after certain portions of the structure had been partially demolished, allowing him to see the real issues with this structure. And I would like him to address what he found. So I know you have it in your report, but I would like him to come up here and address the extent of the problems that this structure has.
Hi, I'm John Joyce, 909 Northwest 37th. I'm a structural engineer, and as David stated, I've made a couple different trips out to this house. I've been asked over the years, several of you probably read letters from me, talking about garages that were an owner wanted to demolish, and I kind of understand the guidelines in terms of the wording that is required. And the thing that was different about this garage from a lot of ones I've looked at in the past, a couple things. You know, the brick veneer on the outside is a little bit unusual, but probably the biggest thing was just the fact that typically when you're looking at one of these little old wood frame garages, you can see the inside, especially inside the garage portion. You can see all the studs are exposed, the bottom plate is exposed. Even inside the quarters, sometimes those, the sheetrock or I'm sorry, plaster, whatever was original is gone, and you can see exactly what's going on. If you can't, it's real easy to just, kind of push it with your foot and it all plaster falls off. That's kind of the state we're talking about. In this one, somebody had really gone to a lot of trouble to cosmetically make everything look just, as good as it possibly could. You could tell from being inside the quarters that not only the Rushes, but even a prior owner, somebody had lived inside there. Apparently there were some issues with that. But anyway, my inspection was very limited, and so when I did finally write my report, I told them, I said that this kind of falls short of, from what I've seen, as to what, the wording that I would typically use, and we went ahead and submitted it. And but anyway, later they did quite a bit more demolition, and I looked at it, and the striking thing to me was actually, I was seeing some pictures a second ago. If we could flip to the one that kind of shows the back of the house. Yeah, right there. Some of that brick veneer there is really has buckled very severely. And when I looked at that the first time, I just sort of attributed it to, all the brick ties of, if there were any originally, have kind of rotted out. And so the brick, just of its own weight, is kind of leaning out a little bit. But as I was able to look and see the bottom plate at the inside and see that it was in fact all completely rusted away, the bottom of the wood studs were severely deteriorated, I realized that, or concluded with this new information, that what is happening is that the brick veneer is actually acting as the structural wall right now. And the only thing that's keeping that wall from dropping several inches is that brick veneer. It's picking up that load, and it's actually that load that's causing that brick veneer to kind of punch out. And it wouldn't be, it's not far-fetched at all to think that, a big section of that brick could just kind of, at a moment's notice, could just kind of explode, come out and hit somebody. So I thought, okay, well, this clearly meets the provision of the code, of the guidelines, excuse me. So that is when I drafted the revised report. If anybody has any questions about that, I'd be happy to answer them.
I just have one comment, John, because what you said about the sill plate is common in most garages. I don't want you to come and look at mine because you declare it a public hazard probably. But there's ways of repairing that the sill plate and the studs, is there not?
Well, again, so that kind of comes to the second part of it, which I think it kind of met all along, which is, what do you do to replace it? Well, sure, yeah, you replace. Okay, look at the foundation. Well, that's no good. Okay, you look at the walls. Okay, the stud framing there is no good. You look at the brick veneer. It's just where would you stop? I mean, to me, for it to be a properly engineered structure or whatever, you'd have to replace virtually everything. So what's the difference?
Everything but the roof, right? Because I looked at that property and saw the walls were kind of breaking down inside and out. I think last time we discussed this, the only thing that would stay was the roof. And actually, the roof joists were spanned too far apart.
So, I mean, the roof isn't the roofing is not a structural component, but yeah, right, so now if we're talking about, okay, we're basically, if we were pulling a building permit and we're remodeling, we're bringing it up to code, so to speak, then the roof framing wouldn't meet code anyway. I mean, sure, there's things you could do. If it was a house that the garage where George Washington grew up or something, I mean, so again, to me, and I know that it's kind of like that wouldn't really come into play except for the fact that it does meet the criteria about, the potential danger. That's my understanding anyway.
Further questions from commissioners?
I think it is important to note that your staff on page 8 does recommend approval, and that is based on the fact, and I'm going to quote, complies with all relevant guidelines and sections of the municipal code. This application meets each and every one of the guidelines that this body is charged with upholding. When you have a structural engineer that is saying in its current condition it is an imminent threat to the public safety, I see no reasonable reason to deny a CA, where your staff, after a thorough review, based on the guidelines that this body is charged with following, says it complies with each and every one of them.
Further questions or comments? Do we have a motion? Motion. Yes, ma'am.
I move to deny HPC A 14-00010, items 1, without prejudice, with the specific findings that the proposed work will have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district.
We have a motion for denial from Jennifer Bourne. Do we have a second? Do we have a second? Seeing no second, the motion fails. Do we have another motion? Seeing no motion, the CA doesn't move.
I will make a motion to approve HPCA 14-00010 with specific findings that, no, on the wrong one. Specific findings that the proposer will not have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district or the property and complies with all relevant guidelines.
Okay, we have a motion for approval of 14-10 by George Massey. Do we have a second?
I think we need to add some specific
You need some findings that are in the ordinance.
Those other two also.
Yeah, I mean,
Page 5 of 8.
Page 5.
We read 1.
3 and, yeah, 5, page 4 of the staff report.
Roland, don't you think if he just includes the specific findings 1, 2, and 3 on page 5, that's sufficient?
I think his motion referenced the findings, those specific findings. So that's what we would include, unless there are additional findings you want to.
Because he has a standard finding, right? The standard motion.
To the specific findings?
The specific
1, 2, and
ones
3?
just at the top. You just read those, George, I think.
Okay. That the garage contributes to the historic district and then loss would adversely affect the integrity and character of the property and district. That the garage posed an imminent threat to public health and safety, which can only be alleviated through demolition. Number 3, that mitigation of the deterioration of the garage would require substantial or total reconstruction of the structure.
Okay, we have a motion by George Massey for approval of item number 1. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ann Zacharitz. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
nay.
Motion
Thank you.
passes.
Mr. Tague, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Did we take action on the continuance on number 2 already?
No.
Oh, we didn't officially continue that.
30 days.
Excuse me.
I think 30 days would be sufficient.
30 days is fine. Okay, do we have a motion for continuance on item number 2 for 30 days?
So moved.
It needs to continue to April 2nd.
Continue to April 2nd.
Okay, we have a motion for continuance of item number 2 to the April 2nd meeting by Neil Crank Clements. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by George Massey. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Commissioner Gaines, I need to abstain from the next case. Abstain voting.
Okay. We do. We have 5. 14-12.
921 Northwest 16th Street, Mesta Park, Ward 6. Consideration and possible action on application of Greg McAllister for certificate of appropriateness to 1, demolish small accessory structure and fence, elective; 2, construct house, elective; 3, construct garage, elective; 4, install sidewalks, elective; 5, install driveway, elective; and 6, install gate, elective; 7, install fence, elective.
Where is the site plan? I don't have that for some reason. Oh, okay. Hi, how are you doing?
Very good. I'm Greg McAllister, the owner of the property.
Do we have any questions or comments by commissioners? Sure looks a lot tighter than there than...
Apparently the family that owned the house to the west owned this property as well. It burned down in the 80s, and then eventually was, by the city, I guess, condemned and demolished. I think because the little structure at the back was not in the fire, maybe. It was not included, maybe. I'm not sure why it wasn't included, but it hasn't been touched in, according to the owner, the previous owner, hasn't been touched since the 1980s. And so it's...
Is that a small little residential type?
Yeah, it's about 12 by 20, and there's a portion that's like an 8 by 12 that's a concrete slab, and then there's like a 12 by 12 that's a wood floor that's missing, and then it's kind of got a brick foundation in part of it, but all the bricks, I mean, you could pull every single one of them out. When I first purchased it, it has a little door on it, and I opened the door, just fell straight in. It wasn't, like I said, no one had touched it in forever. Like, I didn't need a key. And there's no windows. The only thing left are an aluminum screen on where there was a window, or I think there was two windows.
There's no alley behind that, is there?
There is an alley behind it.
There is?
Yeah.
Okay, let's take these one by one so we can get through them. Demolition of the accessory structure and fence. Do we have any questions or concerns about that?
I move we approve HPCA 14-00012, item 1.
Okay, we have a motion for approval of item number 1, 14-12 by Alan Brown. Do we have a second?
Second. I think we need some findings.
With the specific finding that, I knew you were going to say that, I started reading it.
I think you need to actually read all of those.
Is there a bunch of them? That the small dwelling is a threat to public health or safety, and the demolition of existing non-historic fence is not prohibited by the guidelines.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ann Zacharitz. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Item number 2, construction of house. Do we have any specific questions on any part of the house proposal that need to be addressed?
Didn't the staff want this continued to work on some design features?
Yes, staff had a number of concerns about the design of the house, the roof form of the house, the front wall, little projections, kind of
But the
getting a better...
foundation was not detailed as to the height of the foundation.
Yeah, there were several kind of architectural details that we had concerns and questions about. I think it would be good for the applicant to get some feedback from the commission on the design itself, and if the commission shares those concerns that staff has, so they know how to move forward. But staff wasn't comfortable recommending approval with the design as it stands.
Have you had discussions with staff about some of those concerns?
I spoke with Angela. I submitted the plans back during the flood, and they gave me some feedback, so I resubmitted them based on that. Angela emailed me a few times since then and got them the information they asked for. Everything on this list is news to me as of this week that they had these concerns. And so I brought a few things that will help. One, a little bit more detailed site plan. And the way I submitted it, I submitted a scaled plan and listed out all the details to the side, like the type of overhang, the type of trim, the size of the trim, the size of the columns, that sort of thing is on the plans. The floor elevations is on the site plan of what my floor elevation is compared to the neighboring floor elevations. They asked that I think there's been some concerns with structures overpowering other structures in the neighborhood, And so we did the best we could to Photoshop it in there. And I made an attempt to measure the properties in the area and looking on the county assessors. And I think I counted 14 within a block of the if you want to call them 2.5 or 3 stories, where they have the either a finished third floor or unfinished is what the assessor cite. So looking at that, I feel like their concerns I feel like I can address today if y'all, I mean, that's what I would like to do if that's something that works for y'all.
No, I certainly don't want to hold up your progress if we can, so.
I printed off like a more detailed site plan, just that way it has the garages on it too, the neighboring properties, where the one I put on there just kind of had the setbacks.
Okay.
Just looking at their specific findings, that the roof form is not appropriate and should be simplified to a gable or a hip rather than both. What I refer to, we've built, this will be the third house in Mesta Park that we've done new construction, and each one of them have been gable in the front and hip in the back. Mainly, the way I read that is the 4.2.13, that the facades facing the alley are secondary in design and that of the primary facade. The same material should be used, but as far as simplifying the design, that was the idea behind that, just simplifying to a hip on the back side since it's not on the front.
I'd ask you a question about that. Other houses you've built, have they been 2-story or 1-story?
We've done 1-stories.
1-story?
The other 2 have been 1-stories.
It seems to me that is very common in a 1-story with a gable in the front and a hip in the back.
Right.
But they're usually 1-story houses. Is
Right.
it 2-story? This style usually is all gable, in my opinion. What do you think?
Jennifer, the architect, what do you think?
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm bringing up that it's not the primary facade either, I guess.
No opinion.
That's one thing, and also the different slopes of the roof forms in the front looks a little odd. Seems like they ought to be similar.
The different pitches of the porch compared to the house?
Yeah, I think that's what they meant by the porch being, what they say?
I would say it's fairly common where they do a lower, I mean, because they're not doing there's some that are steeper pitch roofs that are not, you can't do a steeper pitch porch or you're blocking your windows.
I've never seen quite like that. And the other thing, I noticed on the porch, the high brick wall instead of a railing kind of gives it a more massive appearance. Most of the houses that have, I know it's very similar in the porch overall design, but there's usually a rail, so the brick wall doesn't appear to be so tall.
There's one right there that's a brick.
All the way up?
On that particular street, I mean, when I designed this, I was okay with wood or brick. On that street, there's a lot of brick walls.
To the windowsill height in the front?
Yeah, there's one right there.
Well, I stand corrected, there is one.
Yeah, I think there's one other one on that same street.
On the second floor, those are 2 bedrooms, the dormer look rooms?
Yes.
And how deep would that be?
That offset, it's about, I think it's 1 foot is what the offset is. And I did that, once again, looking in the area, there's that same elevation within blocks of that neighborhood. I mean, I didn't pick one, whenever we're looking at elevations, like I don't want to make it just like the neighbors. And but I want it to fit into the neighborhood, so drove around the neighborhood. There's a home on 17th with that identical inset, smaller window. There's one on 18th. I've got pictures of those as well, if y'all want me to pass those around.
I'm just saying these dormers, I just can't tell from this one here, if that actually juts out from the other part of the second floor.
Yes, 1 foot. It sticks
It's only
out.
1 foot?
Yeah, it sticks out 1 foot. On the floor plan, you can
Page 10.
see it where it shows the second floor.
Page 10, no?
I guess right here, just showing that
I get it. Okay.
small bump out there.
Here's a few pictures of what I would call a similar elevation. I didn't plan a bunch of these, but
Well, I think in these examples, the roof line, maybe I just don't know what the roof line is because I don't have it's a little bit more dramatic with how they're extended out more than just a foot. Yeah, sorry.
well, one of them's not extended out at all, and the other one's extended out about a foot.
I think that it feels really flat, and I think that's the concern.
But they're asking me to simplify it.
Flat.
That's what the findings are. So I was trying to,
Looks identical to that.
like the 3 houses across the street are all flat. Like there's 3 gable ones right across the street. And so rather than doing one flat, I looked around in the area, what fits in here, what are some of the other details that have been done? And that's what I came to.
This is from a non-architect, but the front windows, in terms of their height compared to the front door, seem awfully large in the examples of some of the photographs you submitted. Looks like the front door height with the transom above is about the same height as the front windows.
Correct.
That's one thing that stood out just to my eye.
Looking on the street, the ones that do have a transom, that's the height of the windows, and so...
But you don't have a transom.
True.
I mean, visually, the photos you show us, I mean, almost uniformly, the window height and the door height on the front are virtually the same level.
Yeah.
Yeah, normally the head height of the doors and the windows would be the same, exterior doors and windows.
Right, I think most of the 8-foot homes are like that, and then 8-foot plate height, I guess, and then some of them that are the taller plate heights where they've got transoms or maybe not have them. There's a few on that block that have the taller windows. I know I don't know if they provided a picture. I know 901 had the taller windows, and I think 913 had, maybe, I could be wrong. I know 901 has the taller windows.
I don't have an address.
I don't know if they're labeled by, I can't remember if
They're all just 900
Okay.
block.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find the page. Page 50.
Yeah. The window height there is actually below the transom height.
But above the door height.
Well, but every picture that's labeled 900, the top of the door is the same as the windows, except those that have transoms, and some of those, then the top of the transom and the top of the window match. Yeah. That's a non-architect opinion.
Okay.
I kind of agree with that. When I look at these, there's variations, but usually door with a transom or a window with a transom, but they line up, the top, the head height. And also on the side, that's another door issue, that one, just proportion-wise, the door, the windows, it's very small.
Is the first floor ceiling an 8-foot ceiling, not a 10-foot?
Do what?
Is the first floor, is the ceiling height 8?
No,
It's 10?
it's 10.
Okay.
So is there a basement
Yes.
under the whole house, or just part of it?
Do what?
A basement under the whole house, or part of it?
I'm sorry, I still couldn't hear you.
Basement under the entire house, or just part of it?
Yes, the entire house.
Entire house? There's a little window, is that a,
To get an egress on, to make have one area of egress in the basement floor is what the idea was on that.
it would be,
It's on the east side of the house.
Do we have any further questions?
how does that work with a window below grade? Is there a well or a walkout, or?
Yes, there, I think code, you have to do a concrete, or I guess you don't have to do concrete. Oh, you have to do a well in order to.
Areaway?
Yeah,
That doesn't show on your side plan, but.
No, I did not put that on there.
And you need that because it's too big for one means of egress?
Do what?
You need that because it's too big for one means of egress?
Well, in order to to consider a bedroom in there, it has to have egress. If we had no bedroom down there, then you technically don't have to have
Emergency egress, because you've got a stair.
So you have to have two, because you have to have...
It needs an emergency, that's like escape from an upper floor window. That's below. I've never done a bedroom below grade, so.
Yeah, I don't...
I know every bedroom has to have a...
Right, if we had no bedroom down there, because it's my understanding of code and from talking to, looking at the code book, that because it's a below-grade floor, that there isn't a requirement for egress. But I don't know it well enough to say, yeah, I'm 100% for sure about that. That's just from talking to, there's not many basement contractors, but from talking to the basement contractors and looking through the code book on my own, I couldn't find anything addressing that directly. Yes, for the bedroom, and that's where we were, that's why we showed the one where there's potential to put a bedroom.
Okay, we need to move along. Do we have any motion? Do we have a motion, or do we have more questions that we need to have him deal with staff?
Well, I guess I disagree with the applicant on the front windows and the front door, so I guess I would like that addressed. And maybe he wants the windows up high so they're visible over the
Would a transom to even them all out, similar to...
I mean, that would be consistent with what you've shown us.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't matter. To me, I'm just looking at what you gave us in terms of that appearance. And, and maybe when you photoshopped it in, it stands out much more because it looks like a little bitty mouse door and these got big windows.
Right, where the door is bigger than the windows, yeah.
Perhaps
transom would help
Yep.
on the front.
And I'm no architect, but I think more of a railing in the front instead of the brick, at least to the height of the porch itself, would open the front of the house up more, myself. Alan, what do you?
I agree with that, and I think it's consistent with the other houses on the block and then adjacent blocks.
There was a comment in the staff report about the shake shingles under the eaves. I don't have a view on it. Is that an uncommon thing historically? Uh-huh. No, I thought that the design of using shake shingles in the eaves on the front was something that staff had questions about.
It's not unheard of. We do see it. It seems like a lot of times we don't see it on this style of house, and the guidelines for existing structures are pretty tight on not allowing shake shingles where they haven't been used before, that sort of thing. It's not something that's entirely incompatible with this design. We just thought that it was something to call attention to because it's not a fabric that we see on every house depending on the architectural style.
The home directly to the west has the cedar shingles. 901, 905, and 927 all have cedar shingles on that particular block.
On the front?
Yeah. On gable ends or on front.
Which house numbers?
Do what?
Which house numbers are you representing?
927, which is the one directly to the west of mine, and then, let's see, what page numbers? Page 51.
Perhaps, you're showing them to demonstrate what would be there, and when they're painted, I assume that would not cause them to stand out so much.
Again, David DeWitt from Mesta Park. I went in regarding the shake shingles. The last new construction I'm aware of the neighborhood at 905 Northwest 19th, built in the past 2 years, has shake shingles on the second story beneath the roof line.
In the front?
Yes, I have a picture on my phone if you'd like to see it.
Oh. I have one more comment, at least. There's an overhang on the sides, the back, but it doesn't look like there's much overhang on the front of the roof.
I'm sorry, say that again?
There's an overhang on the sides and the back, but doesn't appear to be much in the front, or not the same overhang in the front.
They're all 24 inches.
24 inches?
Uh-huh.
Drawing doesn't look like that, but... Maybe it's because of the projection. I see, it's the projection of that upper story. I see what it's doing, then steps back in the middle.
I'm sorry, like the gable end overhang?
Yeah. I think I'm reading that the projection on the front of the upper story makes it look like not overhang,
okay.
but
yeah, no, they're all
it's recessed in the center, so.
Yeah. Right. And looking through the photos that staff took, I think, if I counted right, I think there's at least 6 houses on that block that have the brick wall versus the wood railing.
Yeah. I think we saw some pictures. We saw some in that. can we find a motion with modifications, or do we need to continue it?
I think we need more detail, and I'd like to see this continued.
Okay.
Make a motion.
Yeah. I move that we continue HPCA-14-00-012, items 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
You want to continue all of those?
I do.
Okay.
The garage, we might want
But it
to,
seems to me that the house is the larger issue and that the other issues may change if the changes to the house are made.
all I'm requesting is, just like y'all have feedback for this, if you have different feedback for the garage, is all I'm saying. Because one of the items you're requesting continuing is the construction of the garage.
Okay. Well, let me withdraw the motion and move to continue HPCA-14-00012, item 2, to the next meeting, 30 days?
Well, 30 days would give them a week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, 30, if you're going to continue it, all I want to continue it is 30 days. I would want to know, when you say more detail, I'd want to know what more detail you would want, if you want more detail than what I've given.
Yeah, I would agree. I think some of the commissioners have given you detail, but also I don't think we're giving them a lot of detail, but we're not allowing them to move forward, so we either need to provide them with some good detail to move forward, or we need to make a motion. But
I do agree with you, but I also think that the commission doesn't want to get themselves in the place of designing here at the table for the applicant. I think we've given a lot of feedback about what the commission thinks does or does not look appropriate, and it's the applicant's responsibility to take that feedback. Staff will absolutely meet with you and flesh out some of those concerns. I just don't want to get in a position where
I don't either.
where they feel like we're saying, if you do X, Y, and Z, then you can come back and we'll approve it, because they may come back and the commission may not feel
Well,
like.
and I don't think it's our purpose up here to do that. So it continues for 30 days on item number 2?
Is 30 days sufficient for you?
Yes.
For a period of 30 days?
Yeah, with the 30-day continuance, we need to have new documentation Tuesday of next week. So we'll need to get with you between now and then to get things revised. Is that
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion by Ann Zacharitz for a continuance in 14-12, item number 2. Do we have a second? Second. Second by George Massey. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion for a continuance passes. Okay, let's try to work through 3 through 7.
I think, I believe the sidewalks, the driveway, the gate, and the fence are, number 1, all things that meet the guidelines and could be administratively approved or included for 1 CA, and number 2, that are probably dependent upon the final design for the house and the garage. So those items, we may want to just go ahead and continue as well.
Items 4 through 7?
Yes.
Okay.
Move to continue HPCA-14-00012, items 4 through 7 for 30 days, is that right?
To April 2nd.
Till April 2nd.
We have a motion for a 30-day continuance, items 4 through 7 by Alan Brown. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ann Zacharitz. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion passes. Item number 3, construct garage. What questions or concerns do commissioners have on the garage?
One general comment is I can't read the notes. It's hard for me to tell exactly what's on the drawings, on the garage. It's real faint. I don't know if it's our copy or...
I think that's probably, is that the scan, you think? Some of the notes on the, I think that's probably our issue, not the applicant.
Yeah,
so we'll make sure that the future copies are darker.
It's hard for me to tell what it is. So what's the exterior of the garage?
It's the siding. It's the same details as the house. Yeah, the 2-foot overhang.
Same roof, same...
Yes.
Well, it seems to me the design of the garage goes along with the house. You have to look at them together.
That's what it meant to me. The scope of it seems similar to the house.
The specific comments we had about the doors and windows don't really apply because there aren't any.
Do what?
So the specific comments about the doors and the windows that we had in the house don't apply because there aren't any. There's no porch. So it's much simpler. So can we continue this along with the house?
Right, there is a door and a window in the garage.
Yeah, very minor.
Okay, okay. I'm fine. I just wanted to get y'all's feedback if there was any concerns.
Okay, do we have a motion for continuance, 30-day continuance on item number 3?
The garage door, this is a 2-car garage, I assume. Don't we usually get some kind of a division in the middle to at least give it the appearance of 2 garage doors, or is one garage door satisfactory?
We've done both.
It's paneled in such a way that there's a break in the middle from the standpoint of the panels. It's not like there's an odd number of panels. It's from that standpoint. So,
well, we have a guideline that says when you're building, you're using a single garage door for a 2-car garage, that we suggest that you put some kind of a strip that gives the visual appearance that it's 2 garage doors as opposed to 1. That's the guideline I was thinking about. And here, the garage door detail is not available, other than it looks like it's just flat.
it's a wood paneled garage door.
There's a cut sheet over here.
Okay.
What page is that, Alan?
Page
34.
4.
You said something about a guideline. Is there something that says that it should appear to be 2 doors? I know people have proposed that.
But we've approved both.
Yeah.
In the past couple of meetings, we have one door.
The guideline actually says there should be 2 doors. I don't think the guideline even says you should make it look like 2 doors. It just flat out says 2 single garage vehicle doors should be used instead of 1 larger double door. I think a lot of times in the interest of... Yep, that's under construction of new garages. I think a lot of times in accommodating a smaller garage with a smaller opening, we've allowed a single door that was detailed to look like 2 doors.
What is the width of the opening of the garage?
It's a 16-foot door.
16?
Right, which is standard. Pretty standard for a 2-car.
I thought it was 18. It's not 16?
16, yeah, 16, there's 16, 17, and 18, like city lots, 16-foot.
And
you start getting bigger lots,
yeah,
things like that, you'll expand and do bigger doors, less door dings.
Well, we're going to continue it, but I think you should look at that particular guideline that she's talking about.
Okay, do we have a motion for continuance of item number 3, 14-12, for 30 days?
I'll move that we continue. You already said it.
A motion for continuance by Alan Brown. Item number 3, do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ann Zacharitz. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion for continuance passes. Thank you. Roland, can you get...
HPCA 14-00013 at 212 Northwest 22nd Street, Master Park, Ward 6, consideration and possible action of Tyler and Sarah Huskerson, for certificate of appropriateness to 1, construct garage elective, and 2, replace back portion of driveway elective.
Hi.
I'm Sarah Huskerson. I live at 212 Northwest 22nd Street.
And just to make it clear for everyone, there is no garage here currently, and they're proposing a new garage and some new paving in relation to the proposed new garage.
Looks like Mr. Park has a comment that the windows, the proposed garage have simulated buttons and recommends the windows be true divided lights.
And we do actually allow simulated divided light windows in new construction as long as they have permanent exterior muntins with the spacer grills in between, which I believe these meet those requirements.
Between the two glasses? Right. So there'd be buttons on each side and...
Yep, so there'll be a muntin on each side and then a spacer in the middle so that when you look at it from a distance, it does look like something goes all the way through the window.
Is the existing pad right there we're looking at?
I'm sorry?
Existing concrete pad?
Yes.
Easy to tell where it used to be,
It's in about probably 60 different pieces from the where it's cracked.
Further questions or comments? Do we have a motion?
I move approval of HPCA.
Excuse me, the garage door design, I assume this is on page 19. Doesn't seem to me to be a very historic type garage door design.
And we're happy to change the garage to whatever it needs to be. We just picked out one that was wood, but we wanted to make sure there was windows so we could have some light coming in so it didn't feel super dark.
Yeah, that style is more of a carriage house, it looks like, or something. There's a lot of styles.
We do have guidelines for administrative approval of garage doors, so if that's something the commission's comfortable with, if they wanted to go with a rail-in style door that we often see, something like that, maybe staff could work with them on that to change the garage door design.
I mean, I for one would like to see us go back to the more traditional garage door designs, and that's what we usually do. So,
Are you okay working with staff on that, on a new door?
That's great.
Okay. Commissioner Zakowicz, did you have a motion on the table?
Sure. I move approval of HPCA-14-00013, item 1 to construct garage, and item 2 replace back portion of driveway, with specific findings that the proposed work will not have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district or property, complies with all relevant guidelines and sections of Municipal Code 2010 as referenced in section C and D of the staff report.
Okay, we have a motion for approval by Commissioner Ann Zakowicz for item number 1 and 2. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by George Massey. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're discussing garage door and whether or not it needs to come back. as part of the motion, and the discussion is that no, it doesn't, because you approved the garage. You didn't specifically approve a garage type, and the garage door type is administratively approvable by, or reviewable by staff.
I mean, the application includes a proposed garage door, so typically if we've approved something that's not in, that's in, if we've approved an application but want them to change something in it.
No, don't leave.
Wait.
Come back.
It's okay.
Well, we just need to add,
With that bit of information, the motion should be rescinded by Commissioner Zacharias, vote on that part, and then have it redone to include that portion, that staff will administratively review the garage door.
So do I need to move to rescind the prior motion? I move to rescind the prior motion on HPCA-14-00013, which requested approval of items 1 and 2.
we have a motion to rescind by Ann Zacharias. Do we have a second?
Commissioner Massey will need to.
Second.
Second by George Massey. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay.
I move approval of HPCA-14-00013. Item 1, construct garage with the specific condition that the garage door design be modified for approval, administrative approval by staff. And 2, to replace the back portion of the driveway with the specific finding that the proposed work will not have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district or property and complies with all relevant guidelines and sections of Municipal Code 2010 as referenced in Section C and D of the staff report.
Did I do that? We have a motion for approval by Ann Zacharias for items number 1 and 2. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by George Massey. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion passes. Thank you. 14-0015.
124 Northwest 15th Street, Heritage Hills East, Ward 2. Consideration and possible action on application of Larry Neighbors by Adam Landman for certificate of appropriateness to 1 construct pool house elective.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Larry Neighbors, 124 Northwest 15th.
And just as everyone looks at it, staff's concerns, staff recommended a continuance. We were concerned about the overall size of the structure in relation to the existing buildings already on the site, and the site becoming overbuilt, as well as the proximity to the existing structure that seemed not appropriate, as well as possibly not a good maintenance choice. And concerns have been raised about just permitting for the structures to be so close together.
The two structures won't be joined?
I'd like them to, if that's possible. I think Adam's not here. Adam's the one that did this. I brought my actual builder and his architect who's now going to take over. But Adam read into it that he didn't think a new structure could be attached to an existing is why he did that. I would prefer it was. And the reason it comes out further is because I don't want it to appear to be a big garage. I want it to appear to be a pool house.
So you were worried on the guidelines, if it was attached, then it would be an addition instead of a new construction?
That's how Adam took it, I guess.
Okay.
Well, I'm thinking if you want these, if this is not the design that you're desiring to build, then maybe we want to just continue
it.
and...
Please.
Okay.
Okay, so you can work with staff if there's some size concerns as well.
Yeah, as
So
soon as
you
we
wanna-
get revised drawings, we'll work with you on any other concerns.
Do you want a 30-day continuance or 60?
30?
Yes. Well, you can work with staff on that. We're just trying to figure out, if you do a 30-day continuance, you'll have to have the new drawings and materials by Tuesday. If you have a 60-day, obviously you have more time to work with staff. 30? Okay. Do we have a motion?
I move we continue HPCA-14-00015 for 30 days to the
April 2nd?
April 2nd meeting.
Okay, we have a motion for continuance on 14-15, item number 1, to the April meeting, April 2nd meeting by Alan Brown. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Roland Tague. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Motion passes. Thanks for your patience.
I'm just curious as to
As far as,
is there anything like on the books for that?
We'd have a lot of meetings.
as far as like an expedited review, if people were having to make lots of
Well, not
repairs?
just that, because like egress has changed so much, and especially like, I mean, it's like code versus HP is such a battle, you know? I mean, it's a big time battle. Exactly. I mean, so that's what I'm saying. I mean, so you basically have taken out the whole integrity of the HP now, and it goes back to, we go to a modern?
There,
Just like some of the new construction on that house, we're trying to make sure that new construction, but the guidelines are different for new construction versus rehab.
Right.
they're,
Insurance costs. That's the thing, because your home insurance value is only going to be at, let's say, whatever your value of the house is. To get it to historical is always 1.5 to 2 times.
Well, Heritage Hills is on a hill. We've never been hit by a tornado, so.
Don't say never, I'd be knocked on wood. See, that's what happens when you grew up in Moore your whole life. Those are the questions you always ask. Moore builders. Exactly. You guys have a good night.
Thank you. Okay, design guidelines and ordinance review.
Well, you're going to hate me, but I've got a lot of comments, so you could get this page out, and
You don't even get to use them afterwards.
yeah, I'd feel guilty if I didn't do my duty today. Okay, starting out on page 5, at the top, 2 in parentheses,
yes.
and I would suggest that this start out by saying 4250.4, comma, establishment and purpose of this section. And I said that because when I read establishment and purpose, I couldn't figure out what the heck you were talking about.
Roland, where are you?
I'm on page 5 at the top, second paragraph down.
Item number 2?
Item number 2. I suggest this read 4250.4, comma, the establishment and purpose of this section. Because I couldn't figure out, I think it would be easier for somebody to figure out to go to 4250.4. In fact, I would suggest we use the word A after 4 because it's actually A.
I think that's an easy change to make. I think that makes sense. We try to refer back to sections as much as we can so that people can find.
In, down on J, on the same page, I suggest that the sentence that starts out certain items should say certificates of appropriateness for certain items may be approved by the staff, because you all don't approve work, you approve a certificate of appropriateness, don't you? All, and then it goes on, the next paragraph says, all administrative approvals are duly recorded by the Historic Preservation Officer and listed in a list of administrative approvals that is provided to the full Historic Preservation Commission. And it looks like we ought to have a time frame, like within 60 days, or at the next commission meeting, or something. I guess the staff could just...
Yeah, at the next available commission meeting would be accurate.
If you go through these following administrative items, you omit 2.7.1-2.7.15, and that's over in administrative approvals now, I believe, or it seems like it should be an administrative approval.
Okay.
Okay. Page 9, the very next to the last sentence on the right, it says, or level of visibility. Let's see, how I said. I would suggest in place of level it says or low visibility or something like, I think the idea is it shall have.
How about minimal or no?
Yeah, I think just level means it could be anything. It should be either low, minimal, or something that describes.
Okay.
Okay.
I've got one question on that, now that Roland's referring to it. Standard size vehicle. Is that ever defined anywhere? I mean, when we were talking about it, we were talking about accommodating 2 standard size parking spaces, because those are defined at 9 feet by 18 feet. But a standard size vehicle? I don't know,
I think we could change it to say a standard size parking space.
You could say that if that's defined in Chapter 59. If not, you could look at the tables for, car rental places.
It's defined in the zoning.
Standard.
It's designed the parking zoning section of the parking.
If it is
section.
defined, we just go with that.
Yeah.
That makes the most sense.
I don't know what they call it, but they have standard size. There's also compact size, but standard size.
We'll look at
No, which I can never get my truck in.
Yeah, you never get your truck in. There's also probably a height requirement, but that's not, of course, addressed by the city in their zoning, but we're talking about the plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll look at that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Page 15, at the bottom, you've stricken 13 that says all provisions and procedures of the Historic Preservation Ordinance shall be complied with fully, and I was curious as to why that's being taken out.
I think in reading through this, it just felt like a redundant statement, like saying here are all the rules and you have to follow the rules, and these are the rules. Because we have, it's the municipal code and it's the ordinance, so obviously this is setting out what has to be followed. So it was just a statement that seemed unnecessary. We have at D, development regulations, unless otherwise specifically provided, the following regulations shall be applicable. So I think it's just...
What about just saying the Historic Preservation Ordinance? Because it starts out up here and says, unless otherwise provided in this section, the following shall be applicable to the HP district. And the Historic Preservation Ordinance would be applicable.
Well, we also have, so back at 7250.4, all property within the city previously designated as Historic Preservation District as of October 21st, 1980, and all property subsequently included within this district shall be subject to and comply with the regulations and restrictions of this section.
Okay, I
So-
agree. Page 16, item 3. We're taking out our jurisdiction over adjoining properties, it appears.
This was kind of a city discussion that something like this really belongs in the zoning of other areas, not within ours, because there's no way to enforce that. Someone who's doing work in a property adjacent to a historic district would never know to go and look at the HP code. So it was
Because they don't have to comply.
because that's not their code, that's not their zoning. So it was something that staff kind of said, this isn't something that's actually enforceable. So that's where that came from.
All right, then turning to the guidelines. I have 3.9.10 on page 40.
I'm really excited we got all the way to page 40, Roland.
Well, don't be so sure that I got them in order. It says, in Heritage Hills Architectural District, only solid wood pedestrian and vehicle garage doors with wood on concealed metal frames that match historic designs. I thought that it should say, in Heritage Hills Architectural District, new garage vehicle doors. Because I thought we covered pedestrian doors in another section.
So that, we have wood struck through, which it shouldn't be. It should say only solid wood vehicle garage doors,
Not pedestrian.
not pedestrian, with wood or concealed metal frames. So it can have a wood frame or a concealed metal frame that match historical designs are permitted. And then the next line addresses pedestrian doors, because that is the section for garages. So it addresses the pedestrian and the vehicle door.
So this, well, do we, so this particular section, 3.9.10, does intend to address pedestrian doors and garage doors? I thought we covered.
3.9.10 had formerly addressed pedestrian and vehicle doors together. And what we decided to do was to separate those out so that 3.9.11 addresses pedestrian doors, and vehicle doors are addressed separately.
Okay. So wouldn't this actually mean in the Heritage Hills District, new garage vehicle doors maybe as opposed to garage doors? Doesn't this apply only to new garage doors? I mean, the way it reads, it's almost like we can go rip out people's doors if they're...
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think that's how a lot of our guidelines are written, though, that they just kind of assume that we're talking about replacement materials, and we don't always say new this, replacement that.
Okay, now, don't we, well, that's just a suggestion. Don't we intend that in Heritage Hills that they may be two things? They may be solid wood or they may be wood veneer with a concealed frame. Aren't those the two alternatives?
Well, we kind of went away from the wood veneer because we talked about there's a difference in a door that has a very thin applied veneer over who knows what underneath, and a door that is made of solid wood, but the concealed structural parts that, the tracks and that sort of thing are metal. So in other districts, we would allow a door that was metal or something like that with a thin veneer on the exterior, but in Heritage Hills, they wanted at least that the outside fabric of the door to be solid wood, even if structurally, where you can't see it on the inside of the garage, there's metal components.
But how do you define that, of what a veneer is versus wood? If you have a half-inch wood, is that a veneer or is that a solid? If it's a 2-inch wood, what if it's a 1-inch wood with a insulated fiberglass backing like the one time that we saw? So, I mean, if you just looked at this, only solid vehicle garage doors with wood or concealed metal frames are permitted. So if you had a door that had a 2-inch wooden front, so it truly looked like a wood door, and it was, but then we ran into the problem before where that one had an insulated back to it, to where
I think that one with the
well, then
insulated
that's
back,
not solid.
those were truly pieces of wood. I forget what it was, if it was a cedar door, but those were actual structural pieces of wood. It wasn't a little veneer. I mean, there's going to be some judgment call there, but
Okay.
I think we can look at doors that have a veneer and doors that...
Yeah, I'm fine with looking at it from a judgment call. I want to make sure we don't get into something where somebody says, well, we can't approve that even though it looks reasonable because the guidelines don't allow us to.
Well, what is the thickness of wood that's then backed with a metal frame? What is that? What is the front thickness of that piece of wood?
I think it just varies depending on the style of the door and the type of wood that's being used. You're going to have a frame and style and rail door that might be thinner, and then sometimes we see bigger, chunkier kind of carriage door type doors that might have more substantial pieces of wood.
And you remember the one that had like a 1-inch or 3/4 inch front on a metal and insulated back?
But it still had steel hinges across, I guess, and it has to be of sufficient substance to bolt those onto the door and not have it collapse under whatever.
Well, that was my question about what defines a veneer from a solid piece of wood.
I think I've seen some doors that have this fairly massive metal back, and then they've got a little thin veneer coating across the front.
But that's what we were saying, we wouldn't allow that.
Yeah, I mean, I just think...
Judgment comes in.
Do you remember, when it was on 20th Street and where there was that one, you felt, well, maybe we don't want to use our word deceived, but maybe we didn't have all the facts on that one garage door, the last one, when we'd approved 2 other brand-new garages with what I assume is this what we're talking about here, with that backing on it.
Well, yeah, but they, when you look at the staff report, it said solid wood door.
Yes.
We let it through.
I asked them
was
if they wanted to refine this, and she said no. I mean, I thought they should go more in this direction so it would be more clear-cut.
Well, on these wood doors that have a metal back, do they have X members across them to stabilize a wood?
I think it just depends on the type of the door. I think sometimes you see one that's completely insulated all the way across, that the whole interior of the door is not wood. There's a whole other layer of some other material to provide additional insulation, and sometimes it's more just structural supports and tracks and that sort of thing. I think it's something that we have not always asked for a lot of specifications on. Like we've said, we've kind of gone with, okay, this cut sheet says it's a solid wood door, but as we've seen some different doors come through and learn more, we're kind of looking more closely at how they're made. But it just varies from one manufacturer to another. And I think it's going to continue to vary. I think people will continue to find different ways
That's why
to
I
make the
think it's-
doors. So I think I
dangerous
worry
to
about getting
narrow
too
it.
specific, and then somebody comes in with a product that seems quite acceptable, but we've blocked ourselves into a hole. I don't know.
The cost factor is twice as expensive.
You can certainly change the guidelines to fix changes, but, that's a pretty onerous task to do, but that's just my comment, so let's go on, and you all can figure out how to live with that. 4.3.6, page 47. And this is under 4.3.6. It's about 3/4 of the way down. And the last word is, and it is desired. An addition to a historic home must be designed to be visibly distinguished from the, and addition is desired. I think that's a pretty nebulous word.
Yeah, that's not something we've changed. It's only underlined because it got moved around, but I hadn't really taken note of that, but
I mean, you could
I
get
agree.
a good...
Is the part after the semicolon even required? Looks like it's repetitious.
Yeah, I think we're already saying an addition must be visibly distinguishable, which you could say is the same thing as differentiated.
Yeah, just take that last sentence out, that last part.
I just think leaving the word desired in there gives somebody a lot of latitude to come and argue.
We were just proposing taking out that whole last part of that.
Yeah, I think that's a good plan.
Okay.
Okay. 4.4.6 on page 50. Okay, it's at the top, and here's let me read to you what I said. Construction of a replacement garage may reasonably expand beyond the footprint of a historic one- or two-car garage up to 450 feet. Now, do we mean that when you expand it, the garage is going to be a total of 450 feet, or can you take the footprint and add 450 square feet to it?
We mean a total, up to a total footprint of.
But sort of like, but not to exceed a total footprint of the garage of 450 feet.
Yeah, not that you're adding 450 square feet onto the existing footprint. That's the max that you could go up to.
I think the wording on that, it says up to, that you can expand it beyond the footprint up to 450 feet. So it looks, that could be read as you can add 450 feet.
So just put up to a total, or a maximum of 450
But
feet.
not exceeding a,
Yeah.
yeah.
We came up with that in the workshop that we were...
Yeah, we talked about size. We did a lot of
Yep.
playing around with
Numbers, right.
numbers and looking at kind of standard car sizes, garage door sizes.
Yep.
Looked at some of our recently approved garages, that sort of thing. We did some playing around with different lot sizes, and
Right.
staff did this. We played around
Right.
with mapping out lot sizes and looking at how different sizes would look.
That's a
like
little
lot.
bit more than 5% of like a standard 50 by 150 lot, which is 375. Also, you do have the standard size parking space referred to there, so it'll be consistent in the other
Yeah,
place.
yeah, that's a good
For up to
point.
2 vehicles, which the other one didn't say that. The other location just said, I think, 1 vehicle.
Yeah, and that was
That
for...
was a justification for demolition.
Yeah, that
Other
was
one-
for existing garages, that if you have an existing one-story garage, just because it's not a two-story garage, two-car garage, that doesn't mean you get to tear it down.
What?
That if you have an existing one-car garage,
So you...
the fact that it's not a two-car
Okay.
doesn't mean you're justified in
But if
demolishing.
it's not big enough for one
If it's not big enough for
car,
even one car,
in
then
either
that may
length or
be...
width, either length or width. And this one, for up to 2 standard size cars, that would be 18 by 18, which would be, again, I think 375. So that's interesting.
The last...
324, excuse me, 324.
The last sentence of that paragraph seems to die after
Yeah,
the
you're
word
absolutely right. I'm just catching that now, sorry. That's what happens with lots of cut and pasting and
Yeah.
strike-throughs and underlines. I think it means surrounding garages. Additional factors, including
I think surrounding
garages, may be considered.
I think also, not just garages, but surrounding structures. It could be considering the size of the house, so.
Okay, on 51, I think I don't really have any question about it, but at 4.4.15, this seems to be the section that applies to pedestrian doors, that allows metal frames and all that for pedestrian doors. Is that right?
That is, so 4.4.15 is supposed to be for the garage doors, and I'm sorry that didn't get edited correctly, and then 4.5.16 is for pedestrian doors.
Okay.
So it should say only solid wood vehicle garage doors on 4.4.15. On 16, it should say pedestrian doors. Because on garage, we're allowing concealed metal frames. On pedestrian, it's a solid wood door.
Okay. That seemed kind of odd to put metal frames on a pedestrian door. And didn't we go over this in another section a few minutes ago? Or is this the same one I asked you about?
This is for new construction, and the previous one was for replacement doors on
Okay.
existing garages. Yeah. So we'll make sure that those two are consistent.
I have page 56. And this is 4.6.14, where it starts, clear glass must be used in all windows. Reflective, tinted, patterned, or sandblasted glass is generally not appropriate. So is there a time it's generally appropriate?
That's what the next sentence is that patterned leaded colored glass can be appropriately used in transoms and sidelights when established by architectural style of the building or when supported by historic documentation for a specific property or structure. Now, this is new construction, so you're obviously not going to document that it was previously there, although we do make some allowances for if you know exactly what a historic property looked like and you want to incorporate some of those details, that can sometimes be allowed.
How about wording it this way?
How about just deleting that second sentence?
Well, or you could say that this kind of glass is not appropriate, comma, except pattern can be used in transoms.
Okay.
But why do that? Why not just say clear glass must be used, and then take the next one out and follow with what is appropriate? Can be appropriate. Because the other ones are not appropriate. So why even talk about it if they're not appropriate?
But then you might have someone that comes and applies to have sandblasted glass, and they say, well, it's not even addressed in the guidelines.
Well, yes, it is, because it says it must be clear. And also, the ones that are cited in the second sentence are not the same ones that are cited in the third sentence. It's not really explaining when they are appropriate.
Yeah, they're two separate lists.
Two separate lists. I would just take the second sentence out, personally.
And on that second sentence, it says can be appropriately used. I would just, if you're going to take out the sentence that is not appropriate, just say can be used. Okay.
Okay.
say 3.6.9, and I think that's over here in our guidelines. 3.6.9. Okay, this is the one that I think is a problem. It says, if original windows can be demonstrated to be deteriorated beyond repair, new windows to match all of the characteristics of the original are the most appropriate alternative.
We've revised that, so that might be an old draft, but we have, if original or historic windows can be demonstrated to be deteriorated beyond repair and must be replaced, new windows shall match all of the characteristics of the historic window, including mutton patterns and profile.
Okay, and that's over here in this
Yep.
deal. Great. Okay. Page 87. Up. Okay, now we take up all the rest of your changes.
Nobody had any. They knew you were going to do it.
You're going to have to review this stuff for us.
We always count on you, Roland.
Well, do we need to make a motion to approve this?
We need to make a motion, someone needs to move to recommend approval, hopefully, to the Planning Commission.
Okay.
Okay.
As amended. Yep, approval as amended via Roland.
Okay. I move to recommend, let's see, what is our staff reports? And do we approve it and recommend it to the Planning Commission?
We just make a recommendation, and then ultimately it'll go to City Council.
Okay. Even on old guidelines,
Because they're adopted as if written out within the ordinance, so it's
Okay.
all,
So what I'm moving that we recommend approval of the changes to the city ordinance on the Historic Preservation Commission as modified, and the changes to the preservation standards and guidelines as modified here today to the Oklahoma City Planning Commission.
You have a motion by Roland Tague to recommend approval of the design guidelines and ordinance revisions. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Neela Crank Clements. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay.
And on C, I thought I got to go watch.
yeah, I was going to say, do you have any revisions to the resolution that you'd like to propose?
I've been telling people I've been on the commission 11 years, so I went back and finally I found an email from Jane Holcomb welcoming me in 2013, so it is 10 years, so
Well, and I apologize, Roland, I should have moved your resolution up to the front and given you this due honor when everybody else was still here.
It's all right.
But,
well, I was going to say, I will buy, if we can all go to the museum, or those who will go, or I would love to buy us all a drink.
all right, read fast.
Okay. A resolution of the Historic Preservation Commission of the City of Oklahoma City acknowledging Roland Tague for honorable service as a commissioner on the Historic Preservation Commission. Whereas Roland Tague has nobly and tirelessly served the citizens of this community as past chairperson and commissioner of the Historic Preservation Commission since 2004, and whereas Roland Tague graciously served the Historic Preservation Commission as a resident of Crown Heights Historic District in the City of Oklahoma City, and whereas Roland Tague's fulfillment of his responsibilities was achieved with professional dedication to the well-being of the community, and whereas Roland Tague, in serving as the appointed attorney member of the commission, brought practical analytical skills and consideration of the facts to his decision-making and leadership of the commission. And whereas Roland Tague has treated applicants, citizens, fellow commissioners, and staff with exemplary respect and courtesy. And whereas Roland Tague demonstrated his enthusiasm for historic preservation in Oklahoma City by helping other members of the commission and the community to understand the intricacies of the preservation guidelines and standards and the preservation ordinance and apply them with objectivity. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Historic Preservation Commission hereby commends Roland Tague for his service on the City of Oklahoma City Historic Preservation Commission. Adopted by City of Oklahoma City Historic Preservation Commission this 5th day of March 2014.
I move approval of this. Do we do that?
You can move it.
Oh, yeah, you can. But some of them can.
That's true, I can, I'm sure. I thought since it was this one, I could.
I'll move approval of
There you go.
resolution for Roland Tague.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the resolution honoring Roland Tague by Alan Brown. Do we have a second?
Second?
Second by Ann Zacharitz. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Let me think about it.
All those opposed? Motion passes.
Bravo.
Thank you, sir. Now you can just watch it on TV and go, no, not that.
So is there a waiting period to come back?
Actually, yeah. After a year, you can come back on? After one full term.
3 years.
We're casting the resolution down for everyone to sign. And if you want, since not everybody's here, we can wait and get everyone else's signatures and mail it to you. Yeah.
Administrative approvals?
Nothing unusual to report. Happy to answer questions about those or withdrawals if anyone has them. The SPUD that we reviewed recently at the corner of Northwest 22nd and Broadway was recommended for denial by the Planning Commission, and it will go to City Council on April 15th for a final decision. The former garage demolition application for the Rush Garage at 2016 Northwest 16th Street, they appealed their other one that we denied, and then they applied for a new one. So that appeal has been continued, kind of pending the outcome of the new application. So we'll keep you posted on what happens with that one. The special exception that we heard today will go to the Board of Adjustment on March 20th. And then for Planning Commission, the SPUD that we reviewed that's abutting Jefferson Park on 23rd Street was denied. And I think that's all our reports on those. This is not on our agenda, and it's not something that came to the HP Commission, but I'm sure you've all been aware. The Stage Center demolition has been appealed, and that goes to the Board of Adjustment tomorrow. So tune in to Channel 20.
What time?
1:30 is when they meet.
Can they appeal
That's all I
from
have.
district court from the Board of Adjustment?
That's the next step. If Board of Adjustment,
Then district court, and then...
yeah.
Yeah. Municipal Councilor?
Actually, I have something. I want to let Roland know I'll miss you a lot. And you can still review things the way you do. This agenda is online. Please feel free to continue to send your comments. Those were very much appreciated and welcomed. It helps a lot that you sat in this chair sort of kind of as city attorney before, so you understood all of that, and I saw your name, I showed you that from 1969. Your signature was on some things, so thank you. There you are. So thank you very much for all you've done to be of enormous assistance to this function.
I just regret it. I didn't read the first guidelines. They sat
The next regularly scheduled meeting of the Historic Preservation Commission is April 2nd at 2 p.m. in Municipal Building. New applications for this meeting were received on March 4th. New information on projects continued from today's meeting must be submitted to staff by 4 p.m. on March 11th. The next regularly scheduled workshop for the HP Commission is Wednesday, May 14th from 11:30 to 1:30 at 420 West Main Street, Suite 900. Any items from commissioners? Citizens to be heard? Motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Motion to adjourn by Alan Brown, second by Neil Crank Clements. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay.